the Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited. Come on. That's right.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still.
Hit the like button, come on.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans. The highest gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us. Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. And gather us in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, a highest gathering Israel, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, a highest gathering Israel.
Bless you, brothers and sisters. Come on in. We have a show for you tonight.
Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans. That's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Zebulon from Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans, our highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High, Ahaya Bahashim Yeshaya, Rawchaa, the Most High God of the Hebrews, the God of Israel, is what? He's calling back Israel. I'm Elder Rawchaa along with Elder Lawya. And yes, do we have a broadcast tonight for you all. Yeah, another emergency, I know. Just want to make sure your beast modes are working. Yeah, okay. All right, I got something for you. It's called power off. I don't know if any of you recognize, folks, that yeah, it's off. Anyway, I don't know if y'all realize, folks, that you're getting more and more alerts, emergency alerts on the beast modes, which are the phones. Okay, making sure everyone is in, is in the know when it comes to whatever they're looking to roll down the pipeline. Okay, I don't care if it's flash floods. I don't care if it's regular rain. You can't have a regular shower in the summer. You can't have regular showers without it being an emergency. But I digress, okay? I'm turning this thing off. It's all good. The timing, it's like Satan himself put out a warning to slow up this broadcast. But without any further ado, let's talk about the broadcast tonight. Now, I got to learn to turn off those alerts, so y'all can help me out. I just use it as a telephone, actually. But anyway, folks, going right into our lesson, we have Elder Lawya on the line. I'm going to bring him in one moment. The topic of our discussion this evening, the zombie prophecy. See, I don't think anyone out there is dropping what's going on in the earth and tying it in with prophecy concerning what our people, the earth in the last days, would be dealing with. Okay? Zombies. This is why everyone out there, Muslims and all these other people, are saying, well, listen, the Bible's tampered with. Don't go into the Bible because it's really the only book that's exposing Satan's plan against humanity. And it's not like Hollywood and the synagogue of Satan, let me put it that way, haven't been telling the population for decades what's in store for them before they pull the plug on Babylon. Oh yeah, they've been dropping little tidbits and clues for a long time, brothers and sisters, for a long, long time. For example, look at your screen. And for those who've just come in, please hit the like button. Our broadcast, I don't know if I want to call it a lesson. It's even more than that. It's news. It's news what we're about to report. News that have been reported from prophecy since the beginning. That there would be a zombie curse on the earth. A zombie curse on the earth. And guess what? The enemy have been telling us this for a long time. Check out your screen. Check out your screen. They've been telling us or been warning us about a zombie apocalypse. Right? Let me blow it up so you all can see it. Since we can remember, Hollywood have been putting out zombie movies. Here's the top 25 zombie movies of all time. Y'all know it. Y'all know it. Let me open it up so you all can see this a little better here. All right, let's go through them. Hollywood, with their lesser magic, witchcraft, Satanism. Okay, they've been dealing with this for a long time. Okay, when you see those stars go around the mountain in front of those movies that come on, some of the best movies were made by and are made by Paramount. But what you don't know, those stars coming down, them Hollywood stars and circling around the mountain, is an actual event that happened before the flood. It's discussed in the book of Enoch, where fallen angels came down and landed on Mount Hermon. paramount. So the gods of this world who control Hollywood have been using films for their lesser magic to tell people exactly what's prophetically in store for them on Satan's side. But our God, but there's another narrative. See, you have the lower narrative and you have the heavenly narrative. Well, today, brothers and sisters, we're going to bring those two together to show you the difference. Because, by the way, who was known in the Bible for bringing the dead back alive? Who? Who was known? Lazarus in the grave a few days. Christ's saddened, travel over to Lazarus and raise Lazarus from the dead. That Christ. Christ in the Bible was known for raising the dead. Well, Satan himself said that he would be like God. That he would one day be like God. Now, he can't be God. But on a lower level, he would try to mimic what? The powers. The powers of the heavens, including resurrection. See, but being that Satan is relegated to this world, he can only do it on the lowest level. Zombies. Now we going in. They've been telling us for years, right? Let's go through it. The top 25 movies that was produced by the Synagogue of Satan in Hollywood. Night of the Living Dead. Dawn of the Dead. Dead Alive. The Return of the Living Dead. Shaun the Dead. Zombie. Dawn of the Dead. I mean, what is this obsession, this fascination with the dead, zombies? Right? But look, 28 days, it's showing what? 4 weeks after a mysterious, incurable virus spreads throughout the UK, a handful of survivors try to find sanctuary. Check out that narrative in 2002, folks, where now they're connecting in the movies for a long time something chemically or, through some type of laboratory seeping out that causes what? A zombie apocalypse, a breakdown of society, horror. They call it horror and drama. Day of the Dead, Zombieland, Fido. 28 weeks later, a part 2, almost a sequel that came 5 years later. Let Sleeping Corpse Lie. Resident Evil, remember this? So there's a connection between what? The fall of society and animals and people becoming reanimated as some evil beings on society, right? Let's go through a few more of them. Just walk with me. Walk with me. Matter of fact, since I said walk with me, I've walked with a zombie. What is their fascination in Hollywood with zombies? Warm Bodies. Versus. And there was this comedy where I think his name was Bernie, A Night with Bernie, where they had this dead guy in the movie, just in the cars for the whole two and some odd hours of the movie. It's people having fun with dead people, right? That's another one. A Night with Bernie or something. More. Land of the Dead, Planet Terror, Dead Snow. Night of the Living Dead, I remember this. Dance of the Dead, Diary of the Dead, Pontypool, Night of Creeps. What's up with Hollywood, folks? What is up with Hollywood? What is this fascination with zombies? Connecting it to what? Something that seeped from a so-called laboratory. That's usually the narrative. that something mistakenly got out and now, listen, it has nothing to do with that, folks. This is way deeper. Way deeper. This is prophecy. Zombies are prophecy. And it starts with us first turning our hearts dark. Now that's on one level. But folks, it's physical. This is physical. Hey, if you don't believe me, I need you to look at your screen real quick. I need you all to look at your screen. Right? I need you all to look at your screen. And before I put this up on the screen, let me make sure I put the fair use warning here. Fair use. Okay, this is used for educational purposes only. And yes, our page isn't being incentivized or monetized. Okay, so here is the fair use warning before I use what? You got it. Before I use a mainstream news article, news report. Okay. So I don't know if any of you remember this in 2012. Some of you, now it depends on how old you are. You might not remember this. This story went out. And then they just conveniently tucked this story back in. Now, folks, when this story came out about the bath salts, it was 2012. And already I was suspicious concerning this particular story because I noticed how when the people came to get this so-called zombie, who was obviously under some level of influence, it so happened that the zombie, high on bath salts, looked like us, black people. And I don't know too many law enforcement who's going to come up on black people eating other people without guns raised. So it was a little suspicious for me when I seen it, but now it's starting to make sense. Look at your screen. Fair use. Homeless man.
A gruesome attack along the MacArthur Causeway in which one man ate the face off another has created a worldwide frenzy. A Miami Herald security camera captured the Memorial Day weekend attack that left a homeless man without a face. Rudy Eugene was a 31-year-old North Miami Beach man who spent the morning at Urban Beach Weekend on Miami Beach. He walked back to the mainland. He first walks into the view of the camera shortly before 2 in the afternoon. He is passed by a bicyclist and then turns on Ronald Papo. Papo is a 65-year-old homeless man who was sitting on the walkway. Partially obscured by a palm frond, Eugene can be seen attacking Papo as a Metro Mover car passes overhead. For the next 2.5 minutes, the view is obscured until Eugene can be seen throwing his victim down the sidewalk. He continues to attack.
No cops anywhere, folks. No
5 minutes
cops
after
anywhere.
the attack began, Eugene drags his victim further.
And look how convenient this camera view is. It's like it was made for a photo op almost. So I don't know. When these homeless people are out there, usually they go into these centers to get things to eat. Who knows what could have happened? But obviously, this is how a lot of these things are actually rolled out in society, right up under our noses.
Further down the sidewalk and appears to tear clothes from him.
And a matter of fact, while I was teaching on the corner years ago, a homeless guy came up to my speaking brothers and sisters, and he was like, listen, I need a place to stay, whatever the case is. I gave him some money for a few days of a hotel, right? But before I did that, I asked, listen, there's shelters. There's places you can go that take care of homeless people. And you know what he said, brothers and sisters? The homeless guy told me, right there on Market Street, 9th and Market, you have no idea what they be doing to us in these places. You have no idea what they be doing to us. I'm like, what? I'm like, you can go to a Salvation Army. He says, listen, none of it. It all leads to the same place. And you know what? I gave him money for a hotel for 3 days. I say, go shower, take care of yourself. He looked me in the eye, and you can tell, you can see the look in his eye was deafening, brothers and sisters. And his homeless brother, he told me, he says, listen, you have no idea what they do to us in these places. It was chilling. So when I see stories like this, I remember the conversation I had out on the streets like that with that brother. Go on, let's go on. Let's go straight to it.
After 15 minutes, a bicyclist walking his bike on the roadway goes by, then rides out of sight.
This all looked convenient to me. I don't know about you all. She's narrating it so, with such calm, with such a calm, isn't it? Go on.
A minute later, another cyclist rides by. Nearly 18 minutes after the attack began, a police car comes the wrong way up the ramp and stops.
Now, what would a police do under normal circumstances here, brothers and sisters? And let's see how these police react.
The officer casually walks towards the two men, stops abruptly, backs up, and draws his gun.
Draws his gun? Okay.
Miami police officer Jose Rivera fired at least 5 times to stop the attack.
No sound. But we'll take a word for it.
The view is obscured. Another police car arrives a minute later, then another.
Now check out how the cops deal with this cannibal, this person eating someone.
The commotion has alerted security guards, and the camera pans back to reveal a Road Ranger truck, then zooms in.
Isn't that convenient? Oh, this is a camera. This is not a stationary camera. This is a zoom-in camera, as if someone is stationed there.
The legs of the two men lying on the sidewalk can be seen.
Folks, do y'all see this? This is not a stationary camera on the side of a building. This is someone filming, folks. This is someone filming.
On the right is writhing. A dozen police officers can be seen at the scene.
Isn't this convenient? How many times we've seen this? People just walking around. What did they do? What did they do to this boy?
Papo attempts to sit up.
What are they doing to our people? Now check it out. This guy's a cannibal, right? Homeless person. Under some type of influence. Who knows who gave him what he's on.
27 minutes after the attack began, medics arrive.
Now check out the medics. Now they're not at all afraid of what's going on here. So do they know this guy?
put Papo on a backboard, and take him away.
Put him on the backboard. Look how cooperative he is with them. Check out how cooperative he is the whole time. Look at this. Folks, do this look like someone that's afraid of a person who just ate another person? I mean, that camera is perfectly aimed on the scene, isn't it? Lawya, you there with me?
Yes, sir.
So, Lawya, you remember the bath salt ordeal, right?
I do. This was a big deal quite a few years ago.
They try to claim he was up on some type of synthetic cocaine, and through that, it made him, desire what? Human's flesh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You got that?
Yes, sir.
Now, I don't know if you remember that, right? Elder Lawya, I need you to go real quick. I need you to go real quick to Deuteronomy 28 for me real quick.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse number 53.
Deuteronomy 28 and 53. Read that for me, Elder Lawya.
Yes, sir. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body.
Read it again.
And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body.
And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body. Read.
The flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters.
The flesh of thy sons and thy daughters. Read.
Which the Lord thy God have given thee in the siege and in the straitness, wherein thine enemies shall distress thee.
Wherein thine enemies shall distress thee. Now, for those, real quick, for those who was curious about the shirt I have on, okay, a brother sent out this shirt. He sent it weeks ago, Yashar clothing, Yashra clothing, Yashra clothing, showing a Hebrew man in the front, his wife backing him up, and his child there. That's right, spiritual warfare, winning while walking through the valley of the shadow of death. Winning while walking through the valley of the shadow of death. I wanted y'all to see that because some people was asking about the shirt that I have on right now. And it's a sister backing her husband with the child in the back. That's right. Warring together, not against each other, in the valley of the shadow of death. Spiritual warfare. Spiritual warfare. I wanted to put that out there and thank the brother Yashra Clothing, for the shirt you sent. I'm wearing it. Right? Now let's go back, Elder Lawya, real quick. Read that last piece for me again.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy 28, verse number 53.
Come on.
And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body, the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God have given thee in the siege and in the straitness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee.
Now we know, Elder Lawya, that during every siege on Jerusalem, it comes a time after a famine that what? Cannibalism begins to operate or happen amongst the people who are starving.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like the story we've dovetailed or went into in the book of Josephus, where the woman had half of her baby in the house when the zealots knocked open the door and the gang members stole the baby from her and ate the baby. Remember that? So that's some sort of zombie activity. But no, this is the Bible prophesied something even deeper than that. Reanimation. People, that's right. And these are they who didn't believe in the Most High, who didn't have faith in the Most High and trusted in this world, who can now be used for Satan. Folks, for Satan's miracles, his reanimation, so he can use these particular people in his army. In his army. And I'm going to prove that today in this particular broadcast. Okay? What you're seeing in the earth isn't by chance. It's orchestrated. Everything. The chemicals, you name it. It has been orchestrated. Okay? Now, speaking of zombie, let's go see what the CDC have to say on zombies real quick. This is what the CDC has to say on zombies. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Here we are in our current time. So obviously, when you see the bath salt event and other scenarios that happens that can be just explained off as drug overdose or drug use, what if those were just people being used during a beta test for what's to come? The bath salt thing went out there and they pulled it right back. But what was he really on? Did someone put something in him outside of a bath salt or a drug? And was that a warning for what's to come for the people, for the population? Now, they've already adjusted our mind to know that there are drugs someone can take that would lead them to eating people. Mm-hmm. Now, right? They've already programmed that in our minds and pulled it back. That there are drugs that people will take that will lead to them becoming cannibals. They've already put that out there on mainstream media. But man, could it be? Could it be that they've been telling us for a long time that the stuff can be in you that can turn you that way? Well, let's see. Zombie preparedness. Why is the CDC talking about zombie preparedness? Now, this is from the CDC site. Okay. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna put the sound on 0. Center for Disease Control. Why are they preparing for zombies? What is this about? Now, if we know anything, the CDC has far-reaching power. Okay? Far-reaching power and influence under an emergency. So they put this out years ago reading, wonder why zombies, zombie apocalypse, and zombie preparedness continue to live or walk dead on a CDC site. Okay? Why is this on a CDC site? Somebody tell me. Now look it up. That's actually from the CDC site. Now, does it have anything to do with what's going on? Who knows? But let's go here. Let's go here from an episode. One second. Fair use. Fair use. Fair use. Fair use. Now let's go here from a scene of The Walking Dead. Okay. Where the lead actor, I think his name, what is his name, Elder Lawya? You ever seen The Walking Dead? For those who know The Walking Dead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Haven't watched it in a while, but I think if I remember correctly, his name is Rick.
His name is Rick. Now, after Rick left the CDC, he said this. Now, even though it didn't show the doctor telling him this, the actual episode after they left the CDC, after they were held up in the CDC, Rick was told something that he had to convey to his team. Listen.
We're all infected.
We're all infected. We're all infected. So for decades, they've been giving us zombie movies. Then they let zombies loose on the street and record his actions conveniently, claiming it was under bath salts. And now they put out a movie or a series, The Walking Dead, where the lead character Rick states to his team, what? We're all infected. But he didn't find that out until he left the CDC. So, bringing this around full circle, right? Because we want to show you the prophecy in the Bible. What was Hollywood telling the population? We need to sit back and examine this for a second. I'm take my headphones off because, so I can hear it clearly, so I don't speak too loud. What were they conveying? Well, folks, is this what will be used to break what? The United States into colonies again? Why? I viewed the first episode of The Walking Dead, and I've seen a few of them. It's a little gory. But I noticed that when it comes on, America has already been broken down into tribes and colonies. Survival of the fittest. There's no longer a rule of law because what? The country was broken apart due to what? Dead people. Something broke out and it made people begin to turn on each other. Then the dead reanimated to begin to eat people. Okay? So, and I thought about it. Everything we've been going through since last year, brothers and sisters. Starting in 2020, is this how the Walking Dead episode really begins? And they're just showing us through predictive programming the end result. Is the whole earth, have we been somehow moved into a narrative of a Hollywood production? Now, that sounds weird, doesn't it? But you've heard it, where they talked about theater imitates life. Theater imitates life. Hold up. Let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all this, folks. Fair use. And I'm going to show you all this in pieces, all right? So that I'm going to play it in the background. Season 1, where Dr. Jenner explains the virus. Now, I can't play this in fear of what? Copyright scenarios, but I'm just going to play the audio. Because something happens in episode 1. I mean, in the season 1, where the doctor at the CDC began to explain to Rick and his crew what's going on. Right? This guy right here is held up in the CDC lab. In the CDC lab, folks, he's held up. He's held up in the CDC lab with the crew. Now, at this point, he's held up in fear of leaving the CDC in Atlanta, in fear of the walking dead eating him. So he's going to explain. Now, I mean, zombies, CDC, I don't know. But let's see his explanation to what's going on. Listen clearly.
Give me playback of TS-19.
Playback of TS-19.
Few people ever got a chance to see this. Very few.
Is that a brain?
An extraordinary one. Not that it matters in the end. Take us in for EIV.
Enhanced internal view.
What are those lights?
It's a person's life, experiences, memories. It's everything. Somewhere in all that organic wiring, all those ripples of light, is you. The thing that makes you unique and human.
You don't make sense.
Now notice on the CDC's screen, it says VRI virtual camera showing the brain.
Ever?
Those are synapses, electric impulses in the brain that carry all the messages. They determine everything a person says, does, or thinks from the moment of birth to the moment of death.
Death? That's what this is? A vigil?
Yes. Or rather, the playback of the vigil.
This person died. Who?
Test subject 19. Someone who was bitten and infected and volunteered to have us record the process. Vi, scan forward to the first event.
Scanning to first event.
The first event is showing the brain.
What is that?
It invades the brain like meningitis. The adrenal glands hemorrhage, the brain goes into shutdown, then the major organs. Then death. Everything you ever were or ever will be, gone.
Is that what happened to Jim?
Yes. She lost somebody 2 days ago. Her sister.
I lost somebody too. I know how devastating it is. I have reports of it happening in as little as 3 minutes. The longest we heard of was 8 hours. In the case of this patient, it was 2 hours. 1 minute.
In 2 hours.
7 seconds.
In 2 hours. What happens? You see that red part of the brain? It reanimates the dead person. Now, why do the CDC have this information concerning an infection that after you die, it reanimates the same person who begins to eat other people? What is this? And I know a lot of you are like, hold up. Elder, I came here for some Bible understanding. What's going on with this zombie prophecy I'm talking about? Right? Okay. All right. Elder Lawya, You with me, Elder Lawyer? Okay, maybe Elder Lawyer stepped out for a second. Let me know when you're back, Elder Lawyer. Don't worry about it. All right. Now, let me do this here. This is Amazon's. Let me show you. Y'all asking Elder Rawchaa, what is this about? This is Amazon's terms and services. This is Amazon's terms and services, AWS service terms. Okay, you're back. Okay, 1 second, Lawyer. It says right here that the service terms, and I thank the brother for sending this to me, Elder Rawchaa. The service terms below govern your use of the services. Capitalized terms used in these service terms, but not defined below as defined in an AWS customer agreement. So a lot of us don't read these customer agreements when we sign on to Amazon, right? We just sign on to Amazon, we hit the check, we check the boxes if we read it, and order our products. But let's go down to terms of services, the 42nd part of this particular terms and services on Amazon. 42. And let's read the 10th paragraph. What does it say? 42 and 10 on Amazon. Now here's terms for delivery and all those things. It says acceptable safety critical systems. Your use of the lumberyard materials must comply. To show you where I'm at, it's a marker. Including information about system and server resources, features used in integrated development, right? Let's go up here. Acceptable use, safety critical systems. Your use of the lumberyard materials must comply with the AWS acceptable use policy. The lumberyard materials are not intended for use with life critical or safety critical systems, such as in operation of medical equipment, automated transportation systems, autonomous vehicles, right? Aircraft or air traffic control, nuclear facilities, manned spacecraft, or military use, or military use in connection with combat. Now, all of that seems quite normal, right? However, this is Amazon. The restriction will not apply. This restriction will not apply in the event of the occurrence certified by the United States Center for Disease Control. What Amazon is talking about them for? Or successor body. Or, listen to this, folks, or of a widespread viral infection transmitted via bites, contact with the bodily fluids that causes human corpses to reanimate. To cause human corpses to reanimate and seek to consume human flesh. Now, what is that doing on Amazon's terms for services? Blood, brain, or nerve tissue, and is likely to result in the fall of organized civilization. So they're putting out there right there that this may result in the fall of organized civilization. Well, if organized civilization falls, it will break the whole world down into tribes. Survival of the fittest, living without any infrastructure of a once powerful, folks, empire. That means there is no longer an infrastructure and everyone is going back to what? Survivor mode. Now, you thought we were finished, but I have one more. I have one more. Of course, I have one more. And then I'm going to go into what Satan is actually trying to do, what he's accomplishing with the people who aren't in touch with the Most High. And I'm going to show you what Satan is trying to mimic on the what? On the carnal side. Because the Most High has a resurrection. He also has a life coming from the dead, but it's on a spiritual level. And Satan now is doing what? He's doing what the Most High prophesied he would do with his people, awakening his people, what? Through the valley of the shadow of death. So all the people that are actually down with what's going on are being initiated into Satan's army. How do I know that? The same way Hollywood has always told you that they were going to do. Hollywood have told you for the longest they were going to do a zombie apocalypse. I showed it in the beginning of this where it was 25 different movies since black and white talking about some zombies. I Am Legend. All of this breaks down society. Turn people into what? Uncivilized beings for the sake of survival. Folks, is that the plan? One of the more popular movies that was, I keep saying movies, series of our current time was not The Walking Dead, but what? You got it. Let me get it here. The Game of Thrones. Folks, the Night King is Satan. Now, how did the Night King get his army? The Night King was able to get his army or accumulate an army by raising the dead as he marched toward the final war. Now, suppose these people have something in them that's going to reanimate them to fight with Satan. Huh? Well, I'll tell you what, Amazon don't think that zombies are fairy tale. Neither do the CDC. But let's go more into it. Look at your screen. Look at your screen. Right? And again, our channel is not monetized or incentivized. This is for educational use only. The Game of Thrones had this scene. Fair use. Winter is coming. Fair use. Now, I'm going to show you how through Hollywood narratives, folks. Through Hollywood narratives, brothers and sisters. They're really telling you the overall story of how our people are oppressed under a system and will arise to get a throne. Now, if you know anything about Game of Thrones, and I've checked it out, Jon Snow was a quote unquote bastard who didn't know that he had a rightful right to the throne. But it was in him the whole time. He didn't know growing up that he was actually born to be king. To help do what? Unite the earth against winter. He was really what? You got it. Without knowing, king of the north. Satan said that he would go back to the sides of the north and be like the Most High. Well, the throne or the sides of the north is what? The Holy of Holies in heaven. So Jon Snow is only another representation of a people who didn't realize that they were meant to rule. And he's the only one who has the power, the courage, and the honor to oppose the Night King. Right? Now, listen to this. I mean, we got about 3,500 people in here. Y'all way down on likes because where we're about to go, y'all gonna have to help me out with these likes because we're going. And folks, if you think this something, be there on Patreon, folks. Be there on Patreon today after tomorrow. Same one, Patreon/AGathering144. And for those who came for the past videos that we had to take down through Patreon, we found a way to give you all the links on Patreon to get the stuff that even they don't want you to see. So if you are a Patreon member, don't worry about it. You will have the link to all of the videos that even they don't want up. Be there the day after tomorrow. A matter of fact, let me put the Patreon real quick. Let me put the Patreon. Stick with me. There you go. There go the link. Thank you, Elder Dell. Thank you, Elder Dell. How you doing? Jumping right in. Jumping right in now. Okay? Real quick. Now, here we go now. Stick with me. Now, Elder Lawya, you with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Elder Lawya, I need you to go to 2nd Esdras. 2nd Esdras 13 and 8.
Yes, sir.
Because here it is. Now, the Christian theologians who are deceivers lied to the population and said that the Apocrypha isn't a part of their normal teachings in our society, in the Christian society, as they claim, because they claim that the Apocrypha isn't what? Spiritually inspired. That's the excuse they use to leave the Apocrypha out of regular teachings. Then they lie straight out and claim that Christ isn't even talked about in the Apocrypha. That's a lie. 2nd Esdras 13 is when Christ comes back in your Apocrypha. 2nd Esdras in the Apocrypha is the same Ezra that's written of in the Old Testament. He's an Old Testament prophet. He's the same man. But the Christian liars today will tell you don't look at the Apocrypha because it exposed their plans. What is their plans? Well, at the very end, Satan will have something in the people that would move the people through this technology to merge regular people in his army to fight against Christ. Right now, what's going on in the earth? People are choosing Satan or the Almighty. So those that have always chose this world are confused to what's going on and will do what? Believe the principalities and powers of the air, the God of this world. And by doing so, you're being initiated into an army. And in order for him to use this army, he's going to show forth miracles like is written of in the book of Revelation 13. And part of that is to put something in that can use you either way. Elder Lawya, I need you to go to 2nd Esdras 13 and 8 in the Apocrypha. And I need you to read that for the brothers and sisters there.
Yes, sir. This is 2nd Esdras chapter 13, verse number 8, where it says, "And after this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid, and yet durst fight."
It says those that were, man, check this out again. Read that again, Elder Lawya.
2nd Esdras 13, verse 8. "And after this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid.
They were sore afraid.
And yet durst fight."
But they'll still fight. People are being gathered together under one mind, one spirit, Lucifer. That's what's going on. They're being acclimated into the Lucifer spirit. Like Christ has a body, God has a body, so does Satan. So some of these people will be afraid to fight, but yet, that's right, they'll be controlled to a degree to fight anyway. To fight anyway. Once they become Lucifer's race. Once you become Lucifer's race, you're implemented into Satan's body. You are a part of his mind, part of his spirit. And eventually, he'll use you one way or the other. Trying to mimic what? Christ's power by doing what? Being able to reanimate the dead. But his dead don't come back like Lazarus. His dead comes back what? Decrepit. Okay? Now, you have to see the whole video to put it together, but they've been telling you the whole time their plan to do what? Initiate people chemically into Satan's army. Okay? Chemically into Satan's army. Now, Elder Lawya, that's a shirt I got on, Spiritual Warfare, walking through the shadow of death. Not husband and wife fighting each other, but fighting together, folks. Spiritual warfare. An Israelite man, an Israelite woman with this child in the back with the man leading the way. That's right. Thank you, brother. Yashra clothing. Yashra clothing. Y'all can look that up. Yashra clothing. Look it up. The brother really helped me out, so I'm going to put this up on it real quick so that other brothers and sisters can support the family there. Now, Elder Lawya, let's now go into what Satan is trying to mimic artificially, right? Mm-hmm. Let's now go to Ezekiel, the 37th chapter. But before you go there, I need you to go to Revelation 11 and 1. Revelation 11 and 1, right? Okay, so you have all the precepts that you have them all there, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Let me get Revelation 1 first with you, all right?
All right.
11 and 1. Let's start. Let's start to show you what Satan is doing on an artificial level. Now, on the spiritual level, the Bible is prophesying what? A people who are in the grave, awakening and coming out of their graves, greater, smarter, stronger, to battle against the powers who control this world. So Satan is doing the same thing, but on a carnal level in the earth. He needs what? Physical substance to perform his reanimation, his so-called resurrection, which will lead to what? Zombies. But let's see what Satan is trying to mimic. Let's go to Revelation 11 and 1. Let's read it.
Revelation 11, verse 1. And there was given me a reed like unto a rod, and the angel stood, saying, Rise, and measure the temple of God, and the altar, and them that worship therein.
So a reed like unto a rod, brothers and sisters, what John is being shown here in Revelation is what? A measuring tool. Where an angel is sent to measure the righteous in this earth, who will make it through all of the darkness. These are they who were made to do what? Prophesy against the wickedness of Lucifer's or Satan's world. So the angel went to measure the people who aren't compromising under Satan's society. He's measuring them. Those who claim, not just claim, but show their faith by following him opposed to what? The God of this world. A measuring tool, come on.
Verse 2. But the court which is without the temple leave out, and measure it not. For it is given unto the Gentiles, and the holy city shall they tread underfoot 42 months.
42 months. And let me break this down. If you go into the Old Testament, folks, you'll hear about the temple or read about the temple. Okay, the tabernacle that first started with Moses in the wilderness, but then a temple that Solomon built, where the inner courts were for the physical people of Israel, our people before we were scattered. If the Gentiles wanted to partake of the blessings of that temple, even though they weren't the race of Israelites, they could benefit by what? Renouncing the gods of this world and following the God of Solomon. So the Gentiles would have a place on the outer courts of the temple. See, they weren't measured for the temple because they aren't the children of Israel. See? So if you know the Old Testament, you'll understand, you'll be able to visualize what's being shown to John. That the temple of God is Israelites, God's people. So he told the angel, when you go down in the earth, don't measure non-Israelites because they're not counted for the number. See? And to prove that, there's billions of Christians when the Bible says only 144,000 must convert before Christ returns. That'll let you know off the bat that they're not counted for the number. There's billions of Christians. But yet, not out of a billion, you don't have 144,000 that's right. To show you that the Gentile Christianity isn't the measuring tool for the kingdom. It isn't the measuring component that God is looking at before he sends Christ. He's looking for a certain number of his own people to wake up to the truth. And once that number is sealed, Christ returns. Right? Come on. And when it says for 42 months, that 42 months break down to a time, and a dividing of times. That's what? That's a time period from Christ's birth to his return. In a nutshell. It's the last 35 jubilees of time. It's the last 35 jubilees of time, starting the count from Christ's birth to his return. Right? Come on.
Verse 3, and I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 1,203 days, clothed in sackcloth.
Clothed in sackcloth. That's what? Clothed in mourning, showing that the people of the temple would be in the earth, suffering under mournings. There'll be mourning all over the earth. Mourning what? The dead. And this is what happened when our people fell in 70 AD by who? The Romans. So it's the Most High from heaven looking down, seeing our people mourning death, destruction all over the earth for a period of time. Now, that period of time there is still the same amount of time. A time, and a dividing of times. Right? Finish reading.
Verse
Now,
4.
Hold up. Here's 2 scriptures I didn't go into, Elder Lawya, that I didn't give you before the broadcast. Yep. Let's show who the 2 witnesses are. Let's go to 43:1 of Isaiah and 43:10.
Isaiah 43, verse 1.
Yeah.
But now thus saith the Lord that created thee, O Jacob,
and he
that formed thee, O Israel.
And he that formed thee, O Israel. So this is what? Highlighting the 2 kingdoms that were split. Judea was still in place. The 10 tribes were scattered in 721 BC. It's talking about these 2, which breaks down to Judah and Israel. Go down to the 10th verse, Elder Lawya.
Verse 10. Ye are my witnesses,
Ye
saith the
are
Lord.
my what?
Ye are my witnesses, saith the Lord.
Ye are my witnesses, saith the Most High. So the Most High's 2 witnesses are who? Judah and Israel suffering mourning in the earth by the hands of Esau, the Roman Empire. Right? Now let's go back to the book of Revelation. Let's go back to the book of Revelation, and let's start at Revelation 11:3. I can't hear you, Lawya. Your sound went out.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
Revelation 11, verse number 3. And I will give power unto my 2 witnesses, and they shall prophesy 103 days, 1,203 days, in sackcloth.
So the sign of God's people, his temple, are who? The people who are suffering in the earth, mourning in the earth for losing what? Our homeland. So that suffering would go all the way from 70 AD until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. And we're in that time where the time of the Gentiles will soon end. Right? Come on.
Verse 4. These are the 2 olive trees and the 2 candlesticks standing before the God of the earth.
Come on.
And if any man will hurt them, fire proceedeth out of their mouth and devoureth their enemies. And if any man will hurt them, he must in this manner be killed.
So those in Christ, folks, is prophesying the power the Most High will give his people. That's what it's prophesying. Because the enemies will have their zombies, their evil coming against the righteous, and eventually the Most High will give those in Christ the power to preserve and to do what? To defend themselves all the way to Zion. It's prophesied that the Israelites here who sigh and cry will have spiritual help through this. And it's going to take a certain level of faith and spirituality and what? Forgiveness and purity to get that level of protection. But it's coming. It's coming, folks. But up until this time, there have been no necessity for that. But soon when Satan aims his army against God's people, the Most High is going to show his power like he once did when our forefathers came out of Egypt. He's going to show his power through his people. It's going to happen again. Come on.
Verse number 5, or verse 6. These have power to shut heaven and that it rain not in the days of their prophecy, and have power over waters to turn them to blood and to smite the earth with all plagues as often as they will.
There you go. It's going to happen again. And even it tell you in the book of Isaiah that the Most High is going to smite the Red Sea again into 7 streams that Israel will walk back into the wilderness. Every plague that plagued Egypt will plague the world. But those who take more so heed to the Heavenly Father and his direction, opposed to what you're hearing with the principalities and powers of the air, you will see the reckoning and the power of your God coming through gates to protect the children of Israel. This is the defense system that's needed to preserve what? Life. Okay? Christ is showing John this because Satan is going to have enough people who believe in his system and believe in, and who's going to drink the stuff and deal with the juice. And guess what? They're going to automatically be a part of Satan's army and begin to come against the righteous. It's already happened. It's already happened where people in their minds are now looking at their own families as enemies. It's already happening. And when they ramp that stuff up, these people are going to do what? Begin to attack. But the Most High has a defense system from heaven. And guess what, folks? You must know. You have to understand. We must appreciate the fact that the Most High have never forsaken Jacob. He's going to show his power again. And see, and this is why pastors, you don't see pastors going into the book of Revelation. They don't know what it's talking about. Because they have already been zombified through what? The Christian dogma, the Christian doctrine. Finish reading. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse number 7.
Yeah.
And when they shall have finished their testimony, the beast that ascendeth out of the bottomless pit shall make war against them, and shall overcome them and kill them. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of that great city, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt.
Now, when it says them coming against us, this happened in 70 AD, which led to what? Israel, Judea. Judea or Judah, Benjamin, and Levi getting scattered like their brothers were scattered. And it says their dead bodies shall lie in the street. Read.
Of that great city, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt.
Which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt. Egypt was a place that was known for hard bondage against the children of Israel. This is why the pyramid is on your money. Because the same people who built Egypt and made Egypt great, now I just went into that last Sunday, built this empire and made this empire great. The same people. So it's not physical Egypt, it's spiritual Egypt and spiritual Sodom and Gomorrah. That's why they're passing laws to protect certain sexual behaviors, which is a spiritual sign that it's talking about our people being scattered under these particular prophetic empires that were destroyed. In the same spirit, Egypt and Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed. So the countries we are enslaved under, they have oppressed us with the same ideology and legislation of those particular empires. So now, ramping up the program so that they can keep us oppressed. But the Most High prophesied that our dead bodies will lie in the street. It's talking about what? A people walking in the earth who don't know exactly who they are, which makes us dead men, dead women. Because we don't know as a people that our forefathers come from the stock of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. If you were to ask Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, or the 12 tribes, do they know what an African American is? They look at you and say, what nation is that? You're not my people. That's a dead man. If someone were to say, I'm Boricua, I'm Puerto Rico, and our fathers will look at you and say, who's that? I didn't name you that. Where's your honor? You're Israel, son. Wake up. Be revived. A sister say, well, I'm Haitian. Haiti, what's that? No, you are Levi, a priesthood of the Almighty. An Aussie or someone from Australia, the indigenous people will say, well, listen, yeah, I'm Australian. No, you're from Reuben. You're Reuben, according to God. You're an Israelite, according to God. So all of a sudden, the lost sheep has begun to reanimate. They began to awaken. That's why it says their dead bodies shall lie in the street that's spiritually called Sodom and Egypt. So it's not a physical Sodom and Egypt, but the same activity back in ancient times is going on in these specific cities. Right? So then what needs to happen? It was prophesied a reanimation. But the only thing is, when we reanimate, we reanimate stronger, wiser. We become better. When Satan's zombies reanimate, they're the walking dead. They're the walking dead. See? A difference. Hey, now, I need you to go real quick to Psalms 79, 2 and 3 real quick, Elder Lawyer. Psalms 79, 2 and 3.
Okay, Psalms chapter 79, verses 2 and 3.
Yes.
The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls of heaven.
Has they given to be what?
The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls of the heaven.
Unto the fowls of the heaven. The fowls represents the nations. Though thou exalt thyself as an eagle, that's a fowl. Other nations are in a position, a high position, to feed off of our flesh, the same way these so-called football owners and basketball owners are feeding off of our people who are injured, fighting in their arenas like gladiators. See, they're eating our flesh, taking our power. Read.
The dead bodies of thy servants have they given to be meat unto the fowls of the heaven.
Come on.
The flesh of thy saints unto the beast of the earth.
And the flesh of the saints unto the beast of the earth. To let you know, it's talking about God's people who are suffering in this earth like dead men, being with the other nations eating our carcasses, grandizing themselves off of us. But the Most High prophesied that one day that dead body talked about in Revelations would live again, that dead body would live. And this is what the enemies fear all over the earth, folks. And I was wondering years ago, Elder Lawyer, where they was talking about the infrastructure of Africa, how Africa all of a sudden now China is coming in to help the infrastructure, to help the third world poor people that are suffering and all this other stuff. And I used to wonder what was up with that, Lawyer. Why all of a sudden you care about the third world Africa? Now, after what we know happened in China, how do we trust what they're bringing into Africa? But that's a whole nother conversation. See, because they're operating on the sneak tip, thinking no one can see them, Magog. They're not coming there to help the Africans build infrastructure at all. We need to find out whether or not they're bringing what? Hey, well, you know what happened over here in America? The Europeans came to America to help build infrastructure and build an alliance with the North American Indians and put smallpox in the blankets. And the smallpox killed millions. So now, Elder Lawyer, Let's show how the Most High reanimate dead bodies. But before you go there, let's go back to Revelation.
Yes, sir. Revelation 11, verse number 9.
Come on.
And they of the people of the kindreds of the earth and of the nations shall see their dead bodies 3 days and a half, and shall not suffer their dead bodies to be put in graves.
So that proves that these people are still living. See? They're still living. If they're not in graves, what makes them dead? Well, this is our people who are dead to the knowledge that we are, in fact, the true children of Israel according to bloodline. That's what makes us dead. That's why our dead bodies isn't in the grave, because we're walking around slaving for everyone else without any knowledge to understand that this is what our actions in the earth, folks, isn't our position, isn't what the Most High wanted for us to serve other people. But because we're dead, we don't know that we're really the kings, the queens, that the whole earth was made to serve us. Because you don't know that, we're comfortable under servitude. And that's what makes us dead. That's what makes us dead. We're just happy, and it's okay to have jobs, but we're just happy to have a job. Okay? But yet the other nations are those who provide the jobs. It's supposed to be in reverse. Read Deuteronomy 28. 1 through 14. If it wasn't for our forefathers sinning in Deuteronomy 28, it would be the other way around. We would be loaning to the other nations. They would come to us for business. They would come to our stores. We would call the shots. But because we're dead, our people don't know that they're supposed to call shots. Because we don't know the shot caller in the Bible were the children of Israel. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse number 10.
Yeah.
And they that dwell upon the earth shall rejoice over them and make merry, and shall send gifts one to another, because these two prophets tormented them that dwelt on the earth.
See that? So once we fell as a people, all the nations began to celebrate. Send gifts to one another, set up stock markets, set up what? Trades and all that, celebrating and rejoicing the downfall of the temple. The children of Israel. See? Come on.
Verse number 11. And after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them. And they stood into them. Read. And they stood up upon their feet and fell, and great fear fell upon them which saw them.
And this is what's going on with the enemies, the Gentiles now, folks. They're fearful. Because why? With all the money and ingenuity, science, education, with all the institutions they own, the religious institutions, they could not stop our God from communicating with us. They couldn't stop the awakening. So what Christ is talking about now, right here in Revelation, is why they began to roll out the campaigns you're seeing in the earth today. They are afraid. What happens when the servants realize they weren't born to serve? The same thing happened when the children of Israel were saved out of Egypt. That's what happens. That's what happens. Freedom. See? Read.
Yes, sir. Verse number 11. And after 3 days and a half, the spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood up upon their feet, and great fear fell upon all which saw them. And they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, Come up hither. And they ascended up to heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld them.
Whoa, that's the last trump. And guess what? It's going to happen right before them. The enemy going to try to come against the children of Israel all throughout the earth like they did in 70 AD. And the Most High is going to open up portals, folks. And that's why, this is the reason why I wore this shirt today. This is why I wore this shirt today. For those who missed this shirt, I'm going to show it again. Spiritual warfare, walking through the valley of the shadow of death with what? Our lanterns full, navigating through zombie land on the way to Zion. On our way to Zion. Come on, finish reading, Elder Lawyer.
All right, moving down to verse number 13. And the same hour there was a great earthquake, and the 10th part of the city fell, and in the earthquake were slain of men 7,000.
Now, that's a whole nother thing I'm going to go into week 12 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy when I talk about the fall of the earth, which will really be the last foot to drop before Israel is free throughout all of the earth. And guess what? I'm going to tell you, our brothers all over the earth, even in Africa, we're going to suffer a lot of carnage in this earth based on the plan they have through biowarfare. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to end up like they think it is in Africa, like they think it's going to be in Africa. Because I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. The Africans are going to realize that the gods they serve haven't served them. And it's already began where the Africans are going to come back to the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob together. And the whole earth is going to hear a roar. See, it's one thing to come against the people economically and all that. But now our people are waking up. We're starting to realize, you know what? These Gentiles aren't going to stop us selling and destroying our people. There's no stopping for them. And when you push Jacob in a corner, when you push a lion into a corner, guess what? The Most High gives that lion its courage, its heart back. So it's not going to end up in Africa like a lot of people, like the world power thinks, because I've read it. I've read it. The Most High is going to begin to put down all of the witch doctors and those who suffer and deal with witchcraft. The Most High is going to put them down in this plague. He's going to be putting down all these people that practice dark arts and magic. This plague that's going on, they're going to, hey, guess what? They're going down. Because the Bible tells us in the book of Jeremiah that what? They're seers, they're sorcerers, they're necromancers. They will not see their light. And the Most High is going to dim them. And if they don't stop and repent, he's going to move them all together. So I'm going to let you know, folks, Asians going over there in Africa and all that, guess what? It's not going to be, they're not going to be able to take them out through biowarfare. The jungle's going to come to life. Everything, the Most High is going to have his creation fight against them. I think I'm letting a lot out that I'm going to be, Elder Lawyer. I think I'm letting a lot out that for week 12's academy. But I got the precepts on all this, folks.
No doubt.
The jungles are going to come to life against those devils over there. And it's going to be like Tarzan, but it ain't, guess what? It's not going to be a blonde-haired, blue-eyed cat. It's going to be Africans running through like lions with the animals fighting with them. Okay? We're going into that week 12. And what I'm talking about make Lion King look like a walk in the park, folks. And it's prophecy. You can only push and harm and try to depopulate us to a degree where what? Self-preservation kicks in, to a degree where our people will begin to repent and come back to the Most High. And Lawyer, if there's anything that's good coming out of this, when society break down, Lawyer, the people that are left in the earth will have minimal access to what? Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
That's right.
So if there's a silver lining in all this stuff being broken down, our people will have what? Less access to do wrong against God. And when it breaks down and we're still here, we'll have no choice but to stand with him. But I digress. Let's get back to the zombie part here. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Ezekiel 3 and 7 real quick. Go back to where it says their dead bodies shall lie in the street, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt, where our Lord was crucified. Read that real quick and then go to Ezekiel 37.
All right. The book of Revelation 11, verse number 8. And their dead bodies shall lie in the street of the great city, which is spiritually called Sodom and Egypt.
And we know that's the empire we're under now. Read.
Where also our Lord was crucified.
Now, this is what confused people, Lawyer. What you mean our Lord was crucified? He wasn't crucified in a city that was spiritually called Sodom and Egypt. What was that talking about where our Lord was crucified? Well, we're from the seed of Judah, the same seed as Christ. And here's the precept to break down Revelation where it says where our Lord was crucified. Christ is the Lion of Judah. And I'm going to show you how that was fulfilled on this side in America, where we were crucified again. Let's go to Galatians, Elder Lawyer, the book of Galatians 3 and 13.
Galatians 3, verse 13.
Come on.
Christ have redeemed us from the curse of the law, being made a curse for us, for it is written, cursed is everyone that hangeth on a tree.
Cursed is everyone that hangeth on a tree, where our Lord was crucified. That's right. They were mocking Christ, hanging the black man from trees. Folks, that was a Masonic ritual, a sacrifice in the South. When you go back and look into those white sheets and hoods that they wore for the KKK, folks, that's straight Scottish and Yorkite masonry with the burning cross. That's to sacrifice God's people to their God Lucifer, folks. They'll make you think it was a racial thing. It was a white people hating black people, so they put on sheets. Nah, that was all ritual. Celebrating that they're crucifying and hanging hanging our people from the tree, like the Roman Empire hung our king from a tree. The hangings in America mocks Christ. But in return, Christ, our King, who's on high in heaven, have sent forth a spirit to raise us out of the grave. See? He lives. Even though you want to show Cesar Borgia dripping with blood on a cross, that has nothing to do with our Christ, our Savior, our King. He lives. Elder Lawyer, let's go to Ezekiel 37.
All right, Ezekiel 37, verse number 1. The hand of the Lord was upon me and carried me away in the spirit of the wilderness of the Lord, and set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones. And
full of bones, come on.
And caused me to pass by them round about, and behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry.
They were very dry, come on.
And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live?
Now, I need you to imagine a valley with nothing but bones is what Ezekiel is being shown in the spirit. Then the Most High asked, well, can these bones live? Can these people live again? I'm going to show you a real reanimation, not the zombie animation that Satan is planning for the world to break down society. Folks, because that's what's going on. That's what's going on. We're going to show you what Satan is trying to mimic to initiate those in his army against the coming of our Lord and Savior. What he's trying to actually mimic on the carnal side. Come on, Elder Lawyer. He said, do what?
It says, and he caused me to pass by them round about, and behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry.
They were very dry, read.
And he said unto me, Son of man, Can these bones live?
Can these bones live? In a grave now, can they live? Read.
And I answered, O Lord God, thou knowest.
And the prophet said, the condition of our people in the future, only you would know that. Look at your people. They have no idea who they are. They're walking in the earth without direction. They're joining all of the religions of the Gentiles who have always destroyed your people. How will they get back to you, Lord? How will they live again? They think they're African. They think they're Jamaican. They think they're Rastas. They think they're Negro. They take pride. They take pride in their total ignorance concerning your word, concerning their race and their nation and purpose. How can they live? They take pride in ignorance. They take pride in being dead. They're killing each other. Families can't stay together. I don't know if these people are going to live. They don't know you. Finish reading.
Verse 4. Again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones and say unto them.
That's the key. Linking right to the book of Revelation, the 11th chapter. He says, prophesy to them. Because what? You're going to bring the spirit of truth to remembrance. Because their forefathers are in them somewhere. Their forefathers are in them. It's in their blood. If you say the right thing, you know what? If you say the right thing, they'll recognize me. They'll recognize me because it's me who sent their fathers in the earth. So it's not going to take you as a person. You're going to have to use these scriptures and tie and connect the dots for them. And when they see me, a stranger, when they hear me, a stranger they will not follow. They'll know me. They're crying for me. They've been asking for me, but it's going to take you giving them this word. Prophesy to them. Don't tell them that they're African American or Negro or anything else. Tell them that they're the Prince of God, that they're Yasha Allah, and that the prophecies have been written in heaven, in the heavenly scrolls, that their children will one day inherit the earth. Tell them that slavery is a temporal condition, that we make generational, that they make generational by breaking my law. That slavery and servitude is a temporal condition for the ignorant. Tell them. Come on.
Verse 4. Again he said unto me, prophesy upon these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord.
Hear the word. Please, just give it a chance. Give it a chance. Don't fall for the lies the enemy have put in front of you, the stumbling blocks. Don't fall for the lies. Don't fall for the lie that King James was a white homosexual. That's a lie. Don't fall for the lies that the white man used the Bible to put us in slavery. No, our disobedience put us in slavery. Do not fall for the lies. There's no nation on earth that could have done this by their own power. We're too strong of a people. The God of Israel prophesied this would happen. No nation is strong enough to put a people in captivity who is as strong as we are. Do not believe them. Hear the word. It's the only way out. Hear the word. Read.
Verse 5. Thus saith the Lord God unto these bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you.
That's the Holy Spirit. Come on.
And ye shall live.
And ye shall live. That's us being spiritually reanimated. Satan is trying to do this on the lower level with the zombie apocalypse. They could no longer control the awakening. The churches were losing people in number, and our people all over the earth started to realize that we've been lied to by the Gentiles and came back to the God of Israel. Now, while they still may be fractions and all that, and people feel a certain type of way, let me tell you, folks, I don't feel a certain type of way about any other people or any other Israelite or anything like that, because I don't have time to. I don't. It's like this shirt. I have to navigate through the darkness to make it. Okay? I'm responsible for my task, but the Most High put on me to finish. So I don't have no time to feel any type of way about anyone else out there that may be teaching. And the fact they know they're Israel, you know what? That's a good start. That's a good start. But the fact that we know we're Israel, regardless of the what? The divisions and the different doctrine, that's a sign to the Gentiles that their lies no longer work anymore. They're losing people from Islam. They're losing people from Christianity. And that's why they brought in Buddhists and the Babylonian East Indians for spiritual reinforcements. Now everybody and their mother want to be some Buddhist or some Asian ideology now, some ancient Asian ideology, because why? Our people no longer believe the lies of Christianity and Islam anymore. The stronghold has been broken. And we're coming out of our graves knowing that this book was us the whole time. Who coming out of the grave, Elder Lawya? Read the 11th verse. Who are these bones?
Ezekiel 37, verse 11. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel.
Are who?
These bones are the whole house of Israel.
Are the whole house of Israel. Read.
Behold, they say, our bones are dried and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts.
We've been cut off for sinning against the law, statutes, and commandments in the book. Read on.
Therefore prophesy and say unto them, Thus
Tell
saith
them.
the Lord God.
Read.
Behold, O my people, I will open your graves and cause you to come up out of your graves.
Come on.
And bring you into the land of Israel.
That's what's happening right now, folks. So they had to beat us to the punch. That's why they had to beat us to the punch. Albert Pike said it in the late 1800s on the Morals and Dogma, that they're going to cause confusion in the earth and eventually do what? Release the nihilists and the unbelievers and atheists against family at the very end. Dismantle Christianity and Islam by pitting it one against another. And on top of that, in the midst of it, the Jews get Palestine. That was their prophecy on this earth. I'm showing you the prophecy of the restoration now according to the Spirit. So they were getting there knowing that there's a gate there. That gate between Adam and Eve, when Adam and Eve was taken out of the garden at the Gulf of Eden, there's a gate there, brothers and sisters, like there are all over the earth. Because when the angels come, their presence is just going to be in the earth altogether through portals. So they had to gain possession of that area for what? Preparation for the battle of Armageddon. And that's Satan. And who is he going to use? He's going to use the people he have reanimated in his army to fight against Christ. Like who? I showed y'all earlier. Like who? Let me show you. Like the Night King. Like the Night King. All the people with the stuff in them, it doesn't matter. You will be reanimated. And guess what? You'll be what? Initiated into his army. Fair use. Into his army. That's right. Into his army. Because why? We found out, for those who missed it, let me show them again, Elder Lawyer. For those who missed it, real quick, I want to show this. That under Amazon's terms of use, under Amazon's terms of use, it reads, under Amazon's terms of use, 42 and 10, that in order for people to do business, they have to agree with these terms. And here's one of the terms: acceptable use, safety, critical systems. Right? Let me go down straight to it. However, the restriction will not apply in the event of occurrence. Listen to this clearly. Of occurrence certified by the United States Center for Disease Control, the CDC. It's in Amazon's terms and agreements. Or successor body of a widespread viral infection, via bites or contact with bodily fluids that causes the human corpse to reanimate and seek to consume living flesh. What is this doing in terms of agreement? That they no longer have to deal in these terms if this particular thing happens. Why would they put that in there? Someone says what that means. They have a scenario where they don't have to fulfill certain things if there's an outbreak and zombies are loose. And then it says what? Living flesh and blood, brain, nerve tissue, and is likely to result in the fall of organized civilization. That whatever's going on now can cause people to reanimate, and therefore there'll be no need for any laws, because how can you bring order to a world that have been separated through chaos? Why would this be in Amazon's terms of services? Because they know what's about to happen. Now, Elder Lawyer, let's finish up. These are what?
Yes, sir. Ezekiel 37, verse 11. It says, "Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel."
Hold on a second. What'd you say? I'm sorry about that. Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
I need you to read one more thing, and then you probably have to come over here. You have to come over to my house. All right?
Okay.
All right? Right after that. I need you to read the prophecy. Now, understand, folks, that there's a resurrection according to Christ, and a reanimation with our people, as was prophesied in the book of Revelation, coming back to the knowledge that we're the children of Israel. Like life from the dead. We are the children of Israel who are coming out of our graves in the valley of the dry bones, and they know it. So Satan said that he would be like God. I need you to get it real quick, Elder Lawyer. Read the book of Isaiah 14 real quick, where Satan said that he would be like God. And I need you to go back to Deuteronomy 28, 53 through 55.
Okay. All right. Isaiah 14, verse number 12.
Read it.
How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which didst weaken the nations?
How did you fall down, Lucifer? He has a lot of names. He's just not Satan, because there's many Satans. His name, the ruler of Esau, is Samael, the fallen angel, who was Lucifer in heaven. Well, believe it or not, the powers that be are still worshiping this fallen angel as if he's still the powerful Lucifer, son of the morning. All your secret societies, not just white people, all of the nations, the Babylonian nations, the Chinese people, all of them are worshiping that same God. And it's Esau at the helm as the head Gentile ruling the rest of the Gentiles. And our prophet Isaiah, it was shown to Isaiah by our God, how did you fall, Lucifer, who did weaken the nations? See, at one time, the earth was smart enough not to fall for Satan's tricks, right? But his whole objective to get people under his program to fight against God is to deceive the nations. And that is what's going on right now, folks. It's an inundation. Everywhere you turn, you're being programmed to believe something. That's a lie. That's a lie. You're being inundated. Why? If they inundate it, Satan or Lucifer hopes it drowns out the signal. Our God is sending the children of Israel from heaven. That's why every sign you see, everything. When you go outside, you're going to hear about the same thing. When you go on the road, you're going to see one thing. When you turn on the radio, when you turn on the sports, you're going to see the same thing. No matter what program you hear, you're going to be hearing the same thing because you're being deceived. It's a unified message to drown out God. Man, I can't wait till Friday for this Patreon, boy. Lawyer, I'm going to tell you this right now.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to tell you. I'm ready to jump the Patreon right now and cut loose, but I'll wait till Friday.
Absolutely.
So Elder Lawyer, get me that last piece where it says that he's going to be like God.
Yes, sir. Jumping straight to the point. Verse number 13.
Yeah.
For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north.
Read.
I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High.
I will be like God. So everything that's prophesied for us, Satan is doing on a carnal level with the Gentiles. And folks, he's going to do a lot with this stuff. I'm talking about making serious soldiers. Serious soldiers. These soldiers, they're going to be able to ramp this stuff up. And even the living soldiers are going to be out of their mind, ravaging and running through all over the place, tripping out. It's going to come. But they need to get the juice up in you. That's all I got to say. Right? Elder Lawyer. Now let's go to last but not least, the last few verses that was prophesied in Deuteronomy 28 for our people, that would lead to our people who refuse to follow the laws of God will be utilized as the key zombies during the siege. That's why they're targeting our people, because our people will be the numbers of zombies that'll be utilized. And these are the disobedience, those that are following what? The course of this world. That's why they're ramping up rap music, free sex life, and all this other sexual liberation and separated families. They're doing this because why? Think about it, folks. Look at The Walking Dead. The only people who survived in The Walking Dead, really? Okay. Oh, yeah. I got you, Gabar. I'm bringing you in. Don't worry about it. The only people who survived in The Walking Dead were those who understood the value of keeping relationships together. And they all agreed on what? To keep their little areas alive, they had to agree on who was going to lead and respect that leadership to death. Any person that was operating rogue, out of the pocket, operating selfishly for their own means, turned into walkers. If you noticed, I'm gonna check out the living dead. The only people that were really living were those who were already preparing before it happened. Because why? They had a network already in place. The individuals out there by themselves, who are they gonna link into when stuff unravel? And folks, it's unraveling right before you. When you get a chance, go back in your supermarket and look at the shelves and see the illusion of food. Watch the illusion of food. Look at how they scattered things around to make you believe that the shelves are full. If you look at The Walking Dead, they showed you a lot, folks. The people that survive are the people that are going to have a network and have been preparing before it's over. All these individuals and all that who think they know the Bible and all that, you don't know the Bible if you're not preparing with it. I don't care how many breakdowns you think you have. Joseph didn't save the earth during the time of the famine, the 7-year famine, because of Scripture. He did it because he put Scripture and the knowledge of his God into what? Action. So you think because you got a few breakdowns, the Most High is with you. Guess what? The breakdown means nothing if you're not putting what? The Word of God into true action to survive. To survive. Doesn't matter what breakdown you have or how much level you think you have. How smart are you if all the knowledge you have of the Most High and you're out there by yourself with no understanding on what to do when what? The whole earth is being broken down into tribes for the sake of survival. And it's happening right before your eyes and you can't even see it. Everybody was wondering what was going on when Beyonce and Jay-Z years ago went and got themselves an island separated from the United States. Okay, what meetings was he in? When Kanye West went and bought all these acres somewhere and dropped off the planet for a second to be in some remote area. What was he told in these meetings? The dismantling of the world, including America. So all these cats talking about they know the Bible and breaking down the Bible. If you're not preparing like Joseph did, who knew the God of Abraham, then what good is the word you claim to know? Elder Lawya, one last piece, and then you can come over here, all right?
Yes, sir.
Get Deuteronomy 28 and 53, and I need you to read that to 55 for the disobedient. Read it.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse number 53.
Yeah.
And thou shalt eat the fruit of thine own body, the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord hath given thee in the siege and in the straitness wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee. So that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eyes shall be evil toward his brother and toward
his what?
His eyes shall be evil toward his brother.
If is not we living through that right now? Where your own brother eyes are evil towards your own brother. Folks, this is breaking down on every level where family members, those who came out of the same mother, has a brother who hate them. Is this not prophecy? What Christ said would happen at the very end? Well, guess what? This is what happens before a society totally falls. Because the only defense, the first defense, is the defense of your household. That's the first defense. And then it extends from your household to your communities, to your next door neighbors. But if your first defense, if there's division in the first defense, which are brothers, the community don't stand a chance. The community doesn't stand a chance. Finish reading. Come on.
Yes, sir. Verse 54. So that the man that is tender and delicate among you, or tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
So you're going to have people who's going to hate their own wives and children. This is showing you the people who will fall in the last siege, folks. It's because we weren't focusing on loving as a defense mechanism to be together in preparation for what's coming through those doors. We were fighting each other. So it's time for us to now recalibrate and think to ourselves, who is our real enemies? Who's your enemy? Is it your own brother? Is it your own sister? Is it the person who lies in your bosom? Is your husband? Is your children your enemy? Start to think about that, because that's the first line of defense. And if the people you love is your enemy, we have no chance in this siege. Finish reading.
55. So that he will not give to any of them of the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he have nothing left him in the siege and in the straitness, wherewith thine enemies shall distress thee in all thy gates.
In all thy gates. That means cutting off things where people can't travel and you'll be distressed. And eventually, people are going to eat people. It was prophesied. It was prophesied. And that's on the what? Zombie level. And this was prophesied in Deuteronomy 28. What would happen to our people? Who did what? Who began generation after generation to begin to live and scorn or hate the law of God given to Moses. Here we are. We're in the, really, believe it or not, we're in the chemical stage of the zombie apocalypse. That's where we are. Elder Lawya, come on with me real quick. And when you get off, you'll understand what's going on over there and you'll come to me. And then let me bring in Elder Gabar, okay?
Yes, sir.
Let me bring in Elder Gabar. I have Elder Ramar on the line. If you have something to say, Elder Ramar, I need these phone calls open. And I hope you've been edified and take this as what? As what? A breakdown that can sustain you through this, understanding that the enemy told you how he was coming at you a long time ago. Hollywood was telling you since black and white TV about the zombies. The technology is here to reanimate the dead. They'll use you while you're living. And guess what? And after you pass, they'll still be able to use your body. For science, quote unquote. All right, let me bring in another elder now before the calls, but I'm sure Elder Gabar is chopping at the bit. And it's good to see him doing good. All right. It's good. He's coming in. Elder Gabar, how are you, sir?
Shalom, Elder. How are we doing today?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya. What you got?
Well, Elder, just listening on the show, and it kind of moved me to a lesson I did, I think, a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks now.
Okay.
That, when you look at Matthew chapter 10, right? And Christ, and I was telling the congregation, what was the first test that Christ gave to his disciples? And when you look and read chapter 10 of Matthew, he told them, go out there. Don't take no purse. Don't take any money. Don't take any, weapons. Don't take any notes. Don't write anything down. The Holy Spirit will take care of you. And when I read that, right, and I actually went into detail when Christ was saying, don't take none of this. oh, but by the way, I'm going to send you among wolves as lambs, right? Or I'm going to send you with people.
I'm gonna send you as serpents, as sheep among wolves.
Exactly.
And wise as serpents, harmless as a dove. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So when you read the scriptures, right, and you see, and you start in chapter 10, it first starts, it names all the disciples, and then it names the people that Christ want the disciples to go to. And he made it clear, do not go into the way of the Gentiles. Do not go into the way of the Samaritans, who were claiming to be Israelites at that time. They were imposters. We know that history.
Yeah.
So the target audience that Christ was sending were the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Yeah.
So this lost sheep of the house of Israel are the wolves that he was talking about. Beware of men that come in sheep clothing, but inside are wearing wolves. He was talking about us.
Yeah.
He wasn't talking about the Gentiles.
Yeah.
And that's why it's extremely important, brothers and sisters, that this thing is not about the Israelite race. Yeah, we're God-chosen people. And yes, there's a prophecy dealing with 104,000. We have to gather the Lord to that man that is numbered, right? But it's about righteousness. It's about who is the righteous among Israel. Because the rest are wolves. As
Gabar, you know what's deep about that? Check out how the other nations rallied together and circle the wagons in time of crisis.
Yeah.
Right? And I thank the Most High for the opportunity to travel, to see how other countries and other people operate and see. And this is why when they tried to do into Egypt what they did here this year with the riots and all that under Tiananmen Square in Egypt years ago. And they couldn't accomplish that because what? The Egyptians were too tight as a family. They tried to use division, propaganda. They put in Morsi, their own guy, and all that. And the Egyptians came together and moved that guy and put him in prison and stood together to keep their what? Their government in place. Why? It didn't work because their families were together. So I see, but now
doing the same, that unity.
But check this out. I look at the detractors, even though it doesn't move me, because that lets me know we are doing some serious work, and I thank you for your work.
Well, praises.
And I'll tell you this: I'm used to it, but if you check this out, you very seldom see Edomites or other nations publicly coming against the church or coming against other Israelites.
That is true.
I can point one on my finger, and he's a Jesuit puppet, Vocab Malone. But in number, the majority of people in a time where we should be circling the wagons that's attacking and coming against the work are our own people. And
so that's why it's extremely important.
Yeah.
We must unite, not under a color or under a race. We must unite under a principle of righteousness.
Yeah.
Because, we envy these other nations, right? With they all stick together. And I mentioned this many times. You have Korean people that live in Brooklyn will go to Koreatown to shop with their people, and they'll take that train ride.
Yeah.
Right? You got Jewish people, and I mentioned this several times. I had a Jewish friend who told me the success of the Jewish people is that a Jew will buy from a Jew that he knows he's stealing and robbing from him, overpricing him. And he will stay with that Jew person, that colleague, until he finds another Jew that will give him a better price. He will not. Yeah. He will not go to another nation and purchase something for cheaper. He will stay with with his own nation. So how can we use that for our betterment? What we need to do is within the church, we have to, like you promoted the brother's T-shirt. Let me know. I want to support that brother.
Yeah.
And we have to start realizing, okay, even if the so-called Jews are running around saying, you know what, we're going to buy for ourselves. And listen, and this is not a shot to the Jewish community. I commend the Jewish community for loving their own.
Yeah, they're supposed to.
They're supposed to. Right? So we should, what I'm saying is that we should take what other nations do, right? When you go to Little Italy, when you go to Chinatown, they're only buying with themselves.
Yeah.
We have to do the same thing in our church, and we could build this empire, if you will,
Yeah.
of righteousness and commerce, the Israelite Wall Street.
Yeah.
You're the Black Wall Street. We need our own Israelite Wall Street, and I yield with that.
Well, Gabar, so it come down to this, and I was mentioning in the academy, and I told people, while everyone was scared operating during 2020, you had roads still being built, and you had property being built, being taken right up from under the people. While everyone was scared, not knowing what to purchase, whether or not things would go back to normal, you had a certain demographic in this world buying up everything. And what I said was, listen, we're smart enough to understand that we're moving by the Spirit of the Most High, not through fear. At the end of the day, the only way we'll survive as a people, as a nation, because it starts with family, community, church, is there's going to come a time when things break down and there's no finances because of what? Because of, the cryptocurrency or the mark of the beast. Well, if that's the case, we're going to have to take what we have tangible and turn it into a system having all things common to divide what we have to get to where we need to get to. Turning what we have physically into food, shelter, and raiment in other locations. And we can't wait till all of that happens. It starts now. But brothers and sisters, they'll see something and not realizing that what's being accumulated is to help sustain when it's time to liquidate and do certain things like that. Because a lot of our brothers and sisters, they don't have foresight. They don't have foresight. And so I wanted to put that out there real quick. But let's real quick, Elder Gabar. But real quick, I don't know if you've seen the beginning that the CDC years ago was preparing for a zombie preparedness. And it was on the CDC years ago.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just going to do this with bullet points real quick before the phone calls.
Yeah, and I was listening.
Okay. Well, I'm going to do this to we have 4,000 people and hit the like button to give a refresher to those who came in. That since black and white TV, since 1968, they've been talking about a zombie apocalypse, Return of the Dead, Dawn of the Dead, zombie, 28 Days Later, Day of the Dead, Zombieland, Resident Evil, you name it. They've been talking about I Am Legend. They was dovetailing, or on a low level, it's called predictive programming, satanically, prophetically telling people what they were planning on society. Something bio would happen would lead to zombies, right? I showed that. Then I showed you in The Walking Dead with fair use that Rick on The Walking Dead, after leaving the CDC, told people what?
Fortify. Hunker down. Pull up.
Roy affected.
Listen.
We'll find shelter somewhere. There's got to be a place. Rick, look around. Okay, there's walkers everywhere. They're migrating or something. There's got to be a place. Not just where we hole up, but we fortify. Hunker down. Pull ourselves together. Build a life for each other.
Build a life for each other. Listen.
Running on fumes.
We can't stay here.
We can't all fit in one car. We'll have to make a run for some gas in the morning.
I don't hear it my end. I don't know if you hear it.
Okay, I'm going to let you know.
Fire, yeah? We'll be looking for firewood. Stay close.
Watch your mouth. Everyone stop panicking and listen to Rick.
Rick, we're stranded now. I know it looks bad. We've all been through hell and worse, but at least we found each other.
In this scene, y'all can go there when y'all get time. Rick says that we all are infected after leaving the CDC. He was held up in the CDC, and it showed what? Fair use. It showed a doctor of the CDC. Listen, they were held up in the CDC, And this doctor here told them that what was in them can reanimate them into zombies, but they lose themselves. Their spirit is somewhere else. Okay. That there will be something connected to the brain that can reanimate chemically after the brain dies. And at the end of it, there's no soul, but a little spirit left to reanimate the dead person. And the only way to get rid of this person is what? The only way to get rid of this person is, you got it. Let me show you here. Is a bullet to the brain. That's what it showed here. This is what it showed here in this classic scene where in The Walking Dead, they arrived at the CDC and they started breaking down something that was in the person, an MRI virtual camera, to show what happens to the brain for those who receive the chemical. Right? And then in 2002, under bath salts, I got another video that showed a video camera where they were actually filming a brother eating another person, quote unquote, high on bath salts. But that's what they told us. Witnessing how they're dealing with this man on bath salts, the people around him aren't alarmed or scared at all. As if, and when the police and the emergency people came to this guy didn't jump to try to do anything to them. So what was this? What was this guy on? And could what happened to this guy happen to people now? Eating other people, which was prophesied in Deuteronomy 28. And I'm just giving people a refresher before we answer the calls. In 2 Ezra 13:8 reads, "And after this I beheld, and lo, all they which were gathered together to subdue him were sore afraid, and yet durst fight." Okay, so these people who are being initiated into Satan's program, following the zombies' airwaves, are going to be initiated into Satan's army to fight against, that's right, Christ in the second coming. Even though they're afraid, they'll fight anyway. Why? Because they'll be controlled. They will be controlled. And
So Elder, so in the same light, I know a few years ago, you was having a conversation, or you were doing a lesson that they're prepping United States citizen or preparing the military or a foreign military to actually come in the military or in American landscape, because they don't have that loyalty in the same way that an American soldier will have that loyalty, because like...
You mean foreign troops that was actually written into law during the Patriot Act, where foreign troops can operate on American territory. Absolutely.
Right? So, and clearly they did that because they know that American citizens will probably not kill American citizens if ordered, right? And especially these other groups like the Oath Keepers and that already took wind to these laws and decided to create these organizations called the Oath Keepers, right?
Yeah.
So in that spirit, so you're saying that the powers that be know that people, if they see Christ in their right mind, will not say, I think we could beat them. Let's fight them. Because when you read the scripture, especially in the Apocrypha, it says that they were scared, but they still fought.
Yeah.
Seems like they will be in control.
That's right. That's what's going to happen.
So it seems like, because I used to always wonder when I used to read these scriptures when I was a young man, like, who in their right mind will fight against Christ if they see Christ coming?
Yeah, the zombies will.
The zombies are being controlled.
Yeah.
So that's a brilliant diabolical way, and that makes perfect sense now. now I could see, okay, I could see that happening.
Hey,
because I would not see someone, I don't care how evil you are, and you're a human being. You see the earth being cracked, and the black man with 2 billion black men behind him, angels, power. Anybody in their right mind, I don't care what wicked and evil
would
you
run.
are, you
run.
you probably died out of fear, just collapsed out of fear. You would have to be a zombie or some, you cannot be human to even engage in that behavior, fighting against Christ. You have to be something else.
And yeah, Gabar, and check this out. You know how Christ said, break, eat, this is my body?
Yes.
See, even Satan is doing that on his level.
Wow.
Because everyone is getting a piece of Satan's body now, and they're joining to him. So this is like his holy communion for the whole earth to become a part of him. You see that?
At the end, it's going to be the forces of good against the forces of evil.
That's what it is. What we're looking at is a ritual throughout the earth where he's initiating people into his communion, into his body. And it's going to be Christ's body against his. And this is why family is going to be going against family. Already people who decide that they're going to just follow God and not this crap they're bringing out right now, people are already turning against each other. Now, just imagine those who've had Lucifer's race in them. It's going to intensify because they have communed with the devil. They have done it in their lives. And now it's been what? It's been sealed with the chemicals.
Wow.
So I'm going to leave it there. Leave it there. Well, we talk offline, but yes, this is, let me tell you, what we're seeing right now, because don't forget, pharmakeia is sorcery. What we're seeing is a worldwide ritual to Satan. And those who are deceived by him and weakened by him will be initiated into his body. So whatever he does, just like the Night King, they must follow. It's going to be something in them because it's part of, his mind will be a part of their mind and vice versa. So whatever he do and wherever he go to fight, they'll follow. So
Satan's trying to copy.
Yeah. So he's doing it on an artificial low level, but it's the same on the level he has power to do it, on a chemical level. So the Walking Dead are going to be operating in Satan's army and get crushed to powder. But guess what? Even those who die, their bodies will still be operating to some degree through reanimation, but their souls are bound. Now, I'm going to go into, I may talk about it in the hell breakdown, the souls of those who die after this. What happens there? Who decided to give their body to this world and their soul to hell. That was a decision. Okay, so I'll leave that there. Let's open. Hey, the zombie apocalypse is upon us, but we have to be under Christ's body to navigate and to defeat Satan's body. There's no in between. There's only two masters.
Yeah, okay. Shout out Elder Rawchaa from Texas. You know, we did a show yesterday, and he has the Kingdom in Heavens and You supplements. He actually sent me some. That's the gift that you gave me.
Yeah.
So I want to give him, promote his product yesterday. He said, what we got to do, we got to do bodybuilding, meaning, build the body of Christ. Body building. So that body. So shout out to him. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring Elder Rawchaa in next week, and he'll give us an insight on what to do for our physicality. I even spoke to Rawchaa. I spoke to Brother Azan or Bishop Azan over in Dallas. How I'm like, listen, we're gonna seed him. One of those rooms gonna be a complete gym. Because we got a lot of brothers and sisters who are going to these gyms and all that, and what they're doing is you don't know if somebody's contaminated, shedding, or whatever the case is, and you can't have people coming in sick because they worked out amongst the infected. So, so we're going to seed some gyms, and brother, we're going to start talking about this, how we're going to have our own, if we can, our own pamper and primp shops for the sisters, where instead of going to them, they go into a place that they know sterile, because these are sisters who are doing their nails or whatever, and doing their manicures and their foot and all that. And they're doing it in a sterile setting, because they're amongst people who are healthy, and you don't have no strangers all coming all in your zone bringing infections. So if it's any time to start thinking about supporting each other, it's now.
It's now the time. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Creating a culture of commerce among us, like the Gentiles do.
Yeah.
That we prefer ourselves, we deal with ourselves, and and sometimes we may have to pay a little more, because we have a brother or sister's getting started, and he doesn't have the connections in China and these other and so forth, so as America may. But support that institution if you have to pay extra $5, whatever, because it goes it's a long way, and more, now, especially part of my channel that I Am Fit podcast is to promote business and promote, highlight brothers and sisters that have been with our walk and been proven, and say, hey, if they're starting a business, I want them to be successful. Yeah. Because if his success is our success.
Well, let me open up the calls, and I wanted to say this real quick before we go. I'm opening the calls. You can stick with me. We can answer calls together. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear the calls, will you?
I should. Yep, I should on my end. Yep. I'll let you know if I can't.
Okay, I think you will. All right. So I remember a time, Gabar, where there were no hair shops like that. Right? That was just something that women would normally do to treat themselves ever so often. But I believe that Esau and the other nations seen an opportunity to tax us.
Wow.
When I was growing up, sisters got their hair done from the sister next door. She was her own shop. No one even know she existed. And she was making hands over fists if she was putting the extensions in, or doing the hair, or curling the hair, or it was your mother or your cousin or your sister putting the tissue in your hair, giving you curls and all that.
I'm telling you, we have to go back to that.
Hey, for the sake of survival, we have to actually move back to that.
Yeah.
We have to move back to just supporting each other on a community social level, man. Because you go into one of these shops and listen, if these people say that something came from China over in here, what's to stop something from being in a shop somewhere, and you go in there and something happens? I don't know. But I know you can control what? You can control who comes into your circle, your house. So I'm going to leave that out there. I'm going to leave that for another show.
Yes, sir.
The zombie apocalypse, the zombie prophecy, that's where we are. Thank you. I'm going to call in real quick, Elder Gabar, and then bring you right back in, okay?
Yes, sir.
He's always do great as usual. Real quick, brothers, let me make an announcement. We are in week 7 of the Hebrew and Bible Academy. But if you get in, we'll still give you the past lessons. We're going into Christianity. And we're going to break down every lie that was taught in Christianity. In modern day Western Christianity, every lie will be broken down this Sunday. What we're going to call this teaching, the first time we broke it down like this, they say this, but the Bible says that. It's going to be called Christian lies. Now, I'm a pre-Constantine Christian. All right. We're pre-Constantine Christians. We're not pagans. So I know the difference between a good Christian and a pagan Christian. So this coming Sunday, we're going to put it all on the table. The Christians told you this, right? I'm going to prove that that was a lie. And everything in Christianity that's a lie, we're going to come with the truth to destroy that lie. Christian lies this Sunday. All right. So you don't want to miss that. And also, I would love for you all to join our Patreon. It's the same name as you see A Gathering 144. It's Patreon.com/A Gathering 144. And I say, listen, we're going to have you some good stuff there. On top of that, I'll be doing a lot of clips during the week to put up there for you. And the links that are missing that we had to take down, the Mark of the Beast reports, because they didn't even want that stuff on Patreon. Well, if you want our Patreon, we'll give you a link, a private link to get all of those things and more if you join our Patreon. And the reason why we're doing things like the Patreon and others, because with the financial support, folks, we're turning that money into something tangible. So when stuff break down, we'll have resources for our people. Okay. So the same way there was 7-year plenteous and then a 7-year famine. Well, the Bible says victuals shall be cheap in those days so that the people will think they're in good case. That's what it says in the Apocrypha. So the Most High is going to allow us to accumulate things, knowing that we're going to have all things common to feed people and guide people and shelter people when this stuff breaks down. So this is why we do things where it may cost something, but it's going into something tangible for when things break down. Eventually, there'll be no place to live. We'll be able to sell most of these things, all of these things, have all things common, and do what we need to do on the other side of this eventually. So with your support, it helps that. Okay. Now let's open up the calls and please try to stay on topic, please. All right, and the floor is yours. Let's get here. If you have something to say based on the topic, let me emphasize that. The topic, if you have something to say based on the topic, let Elder Rawchaa know. He's on the line. Get in the queue together, and I'll be more than happy to, we'll give you the floor, okay? And please keep things within line without saying this stuff, because certain words trigger an algorithm that may harm the page. So let's keep it understanding that you can't say the word anymore almost here, all right? But you all know.
The free conference call number you are dialing will be changing on September 15th to 240.
Okay, we're not dealing with that. All right, we're not dealing with that. Let me just call in. Too much information. Stick with us. Rawchaa, I'm coming in now, okay?
The free conference call number you are dialing will be changing on September 15th. Muted.
Okay, Rawchaa, I'm in. Let me let Rawchaa know, Elder Rawchaa know that.
Unmuted.
Okay, I'm live here, breaking down the zombie prophecy. Brothers and sisters, the floor is yours. I'll bring Elder Gabar back in here. All right. Okay, Rawchaa, you can start the calls.
945 area code, you're live.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, sir. How are you?
Oh, how you doing? How you doing, Elder Rawchaa?
I'm blessed by the best. How are you, sir? Yes, I can hear you.
I'm doing good. I actually wanted to ask you a question about the Bible.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, so I've been doing some research, and I found out there was some guy named Richard Admiral Byrd. Have you heard of him?
No, sir.
All right, anyways, he was like a Navy admiral, and in the 1940s, he like excavated Antarctica because the U.S. government got curious because the Germans kept going there, Hitler's people. Long story short, as he was excavating, he found out that there was like an area where there was like valleys and lakes and trenches, and he was flying in a plane with another person, and they saw a woolly man. And as he was flying, something took over his plane and started controlling his ship, and then something started speaking to him.
You know what? I did hear of that. I've heard of that. I forgot his name, but go ahead.
Yeah, so these people, they were in a part of the Earth in Antarctica where no one's ever really been or excavated. So they were speaking to him. They already knew his name, and they told him to open his hatch. So he was a little scared, but he opened the door, and he saw that there was these tall men with blonde hair and blue eyes or whatever. There was a platform that came to his ship and took him through like a city, and the city was made of crystal and had like rainbow hues of color. It was something indescribable. So when he goes into the city, they're talking to him, and they're saying that they brought him there to give him a message, and they wanted him to speak to a master, the person, I guess, running that, domain. So he gets to a room, and as he's walking through the room, there's like rose colors emanating through the walls. The room opens up, and there is like a man with like old etchings on his face. And he said that he brought him there to tell him about what's going to happen on the earth. And this was in the 1940s. They're basically beings that live supposedly inside the earth, and they stay away from all the surface affairs because of how wicked the rulers are of the earth. They don't want to relinquish their power because we know Esau's running everything. He was telling him what was going to happen, that when he dropped that bomb in Hiroshima in Japan, they realized that the people in the surface world, which is us, learned how to split atoms, and they were concerned, and they were saying how they don't like to interfere. So he gave the message to Bird, and he told him to tell the government, because every time they try to Hello, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to get to it.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, every time they would try to like send their Flugerods, which is a term for their UFOs, to talk to the government, the military would attack them out of hostility. So they weren't able to give the message to the government, and the government does know about this. So when he got the message, he went back to the government, and he had like a little notebook, and he told them everything that happened, and the government told them not to say anything, to keep it completely confidential, and they didn't give a hell as to what's going to happen with the prophecy of these advanced people. Now, I brought that to your attention because
but what I need to know, and we have to do it in a timely fashion. The initial question you had was about the Bible, and then you went into this story. How does that coincide?
Yeah, I had to bring that up so this would make sense. Can you bring up Revelations 5:1?
Oh, brother, don't tell me you're going to go into a dissertation, please. I'll work with you.
No. I just have it's a verse in the Bible. Revelations 5:1.
I'll go along with it, but I hope this is not a long thing, okay? Because I do have a lot of people.
No. I'm almost done. I understand there's other callers. I got
okay, well, I'll give one verse, okay?
Revelations 5:1.
And I saw in the right hand of him that sat on the throne a book written within and on the backside, sealed with 7 seals. Go on.
Mm-hmm.
I read it.
Okay, my bad. I think it's a little bit lower. There's a part where it's talking about a scroll.
Yeah, it says the scrolls that roll. I'm familiar with that.
Okay, so when it says that verse, it says he looked at 3 places. It said no one was worthy to open the scroll, and they were mourning in heaven, right? You remember that part, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it said no one in heaven was worthy to open the scroll, and they looked on the surface of the earth and inside the earth. Now, that last part is why I brought that up, because if you think about the verse and you look at the context, both earth and heaven are populated. So it would make no sense for God to look inside of the earth if it wasn't populated, if you look at the verse clearly. So basically from that, there's actually advanced civilizations inside the earth.
I got that. Now I'm going to have to go to the next call, brother. I'm with you. I agree with that. Okay?
All right, I just wanted to get some confirmation because I didn't want people thinking, I was crazy or anything.
No, because in the beginning,
I hope you can go into it one of these days and maybe build up some information on it. There's also other things about it as well, like Shambhala.
Let me drop something on you. Stick with the Bible because a lot of that comes with truth, but with misinformation to deceive people. In a nutshell, when I broke down the creation of the universe, when it shows that it was a congealed ball of ice, when the Most High sealed with the firmament. You have to realize Eden was one body of what? Water. I mean, one body, one landmass of land, and the rest was water. So before the flood, it was one continent. So after the flood, that's why your poles have ice on it, because there was an ice age according to the Bible timeline. And Antarctica was drifted. It was drifted where it went from the original portions of Edom. Well, these places.
I wish we knew where the Garden of Edom is, and we could see the cherubim guarding it with the sword.
Brother, listen to me though. But the beings before that, before Adam was made, the beings took refuge and built cities in ice. That was before the water subsided. So that those cities were here by the fallen since the earth was created, since the Most High put a firmament around the earth. So there's nothing inside that earth that's good for mankind. They're going to burn in hell. All of those that are in Antarctica, they're deceivers. So I know they have this good story against man, but that's deception also. Okay, all of them will be bound when Christ returns. Even the people who are lying and tell you we're the good guys, they're going to burn in hell. All right. Thank you for that. Let's get to the next call. Thank you, brother.
210 area code, you're live.
Yeah.
Shalom, Elder.
I mean, that's a long way from the zombie conversation, but hey, we'll accept it. All right, let's go. How you doing,
Shalom,
sister?
Elder. How are y'all doing tonight?
How are you? Your name, sister?
My name is Charisma.
Okay, Charisma, the floor is yours. How are you?
Yes, sir. Well, I want to also say shalom to Elder Gabar if he's still on the call with us.
Oh, yeah. He's live and direct. There you go.
Shalom, sister.
Gabar buffing up, too. You better watch out.
Que lo que?
Fine.
Que lo que, Elder?
Let's go.
Elder Rawchaa, first, I just wanted to thank you guys for taking my call. My husband has showed me your videos a few weeks ago, and ever since then, we've been on Patreon, and he joined the Academy, so it's very edifying. We look forward to your videos every week.
Thank you. Thank you, sister.
And yes, sir. Also, I wanted to let you know that I'm from Kensington. So every time you talk about Philly, it's different, when you talk about the stuff that's going on there. But
you from Kensington? You talking about zombie apocalypse? Lord have mercy.
Yes,
but go on.
The real life zombies.
Oh yeah, it's happening live there.
Yeah. So in regards to the topic, a few years ago, my husband and I, we moved to Victoria, Texas. I moved to Victoria, Texas, and they were hit by Hurricane Harvey. During that hurricane, there was a broadcast where someone was interviewing a homeless man, and he said that at the Salvation Army, they were killing people. So that reminded me of when you said, that when you were on 9th and Market, that there was a homeless man saying that, people don't know what's really going on in these shelters.
Yeah. I mean, alleged. I don't know. Allegedly, but that's what someone told you.
Allegedly.
I didn't get those details, but man, would it surprise me? Hey, when you read the Bible, you realize the Gentiles were knee deep into sacrifice. So, and I don't believe that changed. But anything else you need or want to talk about?
Well, yes, it's not completely on topic, but we're in San Antonio now. We've been trying to get in touch about baptism.
I beg your pardon, sister?
We're in San Antonio now, so we're trying to
okay,
with your bishops as far as baptism goes.
Okay, that's great because Elder Rawchaa is the regional elder over that Texas area. So he can take down your number and give you a call. Your husband, you and your husband, and I'm glad you and your husband is in the know. Okay. Now there's a lot of deception out there, so you make sure you stay on the path. Okay, because don't get tossed to and fro in YouTube land. There's a lot of wacky things going on there. Stick here and
yes, sir,
actually
of course.
fortify yourself, okay?
Yes, sir. The edification that you provide, we know for sure that the Most High has his hands on you and the ministry. So we're grateful
thank
to you.
Praise the Most High, sister, and I'm grateful to be here, and I'm grateful that you're here. And sister, I'm gonna tell you, when you get this truth, this is when the true adventure begins. We were asleep.
Yes, sir.
We were asleep, but when you get this truth and understand that the Most High has a script for us and a purpose against the evil, I'm gonna tell you, it brings living in the time of the end on another level. Okay, and one thing, and people try it. I'll tell you this is the people try it, right? Once you see, you cannot unsee. And it doesn't matter how much you want to think that, okay, maybe something isn't right. Maybe once you see, you cannot unsee. So, hey, you coming in at the right time, sister. And don't forget,
Yes, sir, thank you.
I was awakened decades ago. Okay. Just imagine living in a world decades ago when everyone believed that being an Israelite was crazy. And now you're coming in at the very end and will get the same penny, which is the kingdom, as those who've been working for this for decades. I mean, just stay the course, sister, you and your husband, all right?
Yes, we will. Thank you, Elder.
All right, bless you. It's an
Bless you,
amazing thing. Man. Hey, Gabar, you know, it's so good to hear when brothers and sisters or family together get this truth. I mean,
Yeah.
that's a breath of fresh
you know,
air.
I don't know when was it I made the statement, but that I think what's going to happen to us is what happened to Christ in a sense when the power that be Pharisees were saying if we leave this man alone, the Romans will come take our place in our nation. I think we're going to be in that level of power and prestige that if they can leave us alone, all the people coming in, going to the water. Okay,
Praise
because
the Most High.
let me say this. I think this church, in regards of understanding baptism, there is no other church emphasizing baptism. Baptism doesn't mean they don't do it, but I feel that this church made baptism a trend again.
Praise the Most High.
But we introduce it or reintroduce it back to the world in its more purest form. And I think
it's trending. It's not taboo anymore to accept the power of baptism. Yeah.
Within the Israelite community.
Oh yeah.
You understand? Because if I did research on other camps outside of One West.
Yeah.
And so for someone, they would really that's not really what's, they missed that. And Christ started his ministry getting baptized.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
It's a profound thing. And I think that's the dangerous thing that they're going to be looking at, like, oh, snap, they are taking people to the water.
Yeah.
And they're doing it right.
Praise the Most High.
The right spirit. That's dangerous right there.
Praise the Most High.
What's going to happen to us, same thing is try to happen with Christ. They're going to try to leave us, remove us out the way, because everybody is going to be craving in to get, baptized, as they did when this pandemic started.
But I'll tell you this also, man. I heard other guys was laughing at when we first started baptizing. I guess some guys amongst other groups were saying, oh, I heard Rawchaa Yard's baptizing people. He's in the spirit of John the Baptist, and they were cracking a joke,
right?
And somebody that used to be in there said, they was joking, calling me John the Baptist. I'm like, listen, I don't take that as a joke. I take that as, hey, you know what? That's a badge of honor that they're even talking about it.
Right.
And you know what? There's enough water for all of us. I don't feel no certain type of way. If you need the water, I can show you where it's at. Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right. Let's get to the next call. Bless you. Next call.
404 area code. You're live.
Hello.
Shalom. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Elder? This
I'm
is
doing
Quinn.
well. What you have to
Brother
say?
Quinn.
What do you have to say on the zombie prophecy?
Well, I just pretty much, Elder. I had a comment and also had I needed your input on something.
Is
so
it
wasn't pretty much? I don't know if it's on.
But brother, anything outside the topic, we have to have Remark give you his. He'll jot down your number and I'll call you separately. Okay, we have to keep things on topic. It takes away, it veers away from the program, unfortunately. All right. So Elder Ramar, if you may take his number, but please let's ask some of the brothers and sisters when they come in whether or not they're on topic so that we can make sure we deal with them separately. Their concerns are warranted, but it takes away from the program if we're talking about zombies and we take it someplace else. The zombie prophecy. There's a lot was brought out today. And if not, we can digress. If there's nobody want to talk on topic, we'll have to, we have to digress and just set up for Friday. And it's okay. Maybe within the broadcast, all that needed to be said about it was said. All right. But I thought that maybe people would call in and to be able to build on the content, the content topic wise. Okay. All right. And don't forget, join A Gathering 144 Patreon / A Gathering 144. I want to see y'all up in there. Okay. Because this is where we'll do our quick clips and all these other things. Okay. All right. Next call, Ramar.
870. You're live.
Okay, let's get to the next call.
870.
It's fine. Let's get to the next call. You're probably on break or went away for a moment.
463. You're live.
Hi, can you hear me just fine?
Yes, I can hear you. Your name and location. How are you?
Hi, Elder Rawchaa. My
Hi.
name is Kenya. I'm from Indiana.
Nice to meet you, Kenya.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say thank you for everything. Okay, I myself I've had several dreams in the past, and all of them has been mentioned throughout your CD that I have. So that was confirmation for me. When I first started listening to you guys, and I ordered your CD, and every single song, especially "Who Will Stand," I think that's what it's called. But anyway, I had a
you talk about after the fire's gone.
Yes, after the fire's gone. Yes.
Yeah.
It was people on both sides of me. We were holding hands, and it was just awful in front of me. But I had that dream about 6 years ago. But anywho, I just want to say thank you. That's how I knew that I was where I needed to be. Okay, and so I have.
Good to hear.
I have been in the academy several times. And
Thank you.
Yes, I love it, and so very edifying. Okay, so Elder, quick question.
Yeah.
If you came into the truth after you were already married, but you weren't married inside your tribe, what advice do you have for that? Because a lot of people are saying, it's not right.
Okay. Okay. Let's not deal with what a lot of people say. Okay. Let's deal with this.
And it's Israelite.
Okay. No. I don't deal with what people say, because why? You'll be tossed to and fro all over the place, right? If you're asking me, first of all, I can answer you first by asking, is this your situation? Are you married to someone that on the surface may not be, or you don't think is an Israelite? Okay. How
Yes,
you don't got to listen. You don't got to tell me what he is. How does he treat you?
He treats me good.
Okay, he treats you good. Stay with your husband. Don't listen to what people are saying. So a lot of these people can't even stay in a relationship with an Israelite. And they're going to tell you what to do. No, the whole thing is when Christ come back, it tell you in Matthew 25 and 31, he'll separate the nations. He'll separate those because who knows? You may listen to these people who say, leave your husband, and suppose somewhere down the line, it only takes one drop on the father's side down to the fathers to be an Israelite somewhere. And here it is, you done let go a person because someone online said something, and he was an Israelite. And I'm going to tell brothers and sisters all over the place, judging the outward appearance all the time. At the end of the day, people are going to be surprised when they see Christ divide that line and they're in another line. And somebody they thought was another nation is in the Israelite line. And this is why I treat everyone like an Israelite. Because the Bible had the law of strangers. Now, if we're under the Old Testament, when it came to the Moabites and all that was serving other gods, he says, no, we're not to deal with them. Okay, we're not to deal with them. Now, this is not carte blanche for someone who's unmarried to find a Gentile. But when you come in, you must stay as you are. You must stay as you are, because why? That's who the Most High had you with in the truth. He's treating you right. Is he worshiping another God?
No.
Okay. So he's not.
It's more like
No, listen to me. He's not worshiping another God. Do he have you bowing to idols?
No.
Okay. What you got to do, sister, is keep your family together. Don't be listening to what they're saying online here. Keep your family together. And if y'all not supposed to be together, when Christ comes, because Christ opens, he opens the portal. It's his door. It's his kingdom. He divides. Okay? So no, don't get frustrated. I know it's going to be hard dealing like that, but that's how the Most High brought you in. Okay? And you stick with your family and you be the wife you need to be to that man. And as long as he's not having you serve other gods, you treat him like you would treat your husband, with honor and respect. Okay?
Okay, thank you so much, Elder.
All right, don't break to the pressure, because you have these people out here talking about Israelites and all this other stuff. And here it is. You can have people talking about, I got this wife and these wives and all these things. And you have people not even staying with Israelites, with the people they're with. And they're going to tell you what to do? Nah. You focus on the kingdom and take care of your family. All right? Because you don't know. You never know who it is. That's why you can't judge the outward appearance. The Most High brought him in. He take care of you. You take care of him. Follow the word. Okay?
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Shalom. All right, next call.
$702, you're live.
Hi.
Hey, how are you? Your name, location?
My name is Anthony. I'm in Las Vegas.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Great. I remember when I was 9 years old. That was 1968 when the Night of the Living Dead came out. Excuse me. I remember getting sick as a dog as a child, and I never watched it since.
Man,
or The Exorcist. I can't watch them. I don't want them. Demonic spirits will come right through these films, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. I'm a former stockbroker, and I was really calling because I need you to get in touch with me.
Okay.
I have the solution to all these money problems, and I can't discuss it on air. I'm calling from my home phone right now, but I can give someone my mobile phone so that you don't miss me whenever you get a chance to call back.
Okay, so you said you have a solution that can help financially progress this work and to help our people.
Completely and totally, worldwide.
I will call,
almost immediate.
Oh, don't worry about it. You will get a call. Ramar, put down his brother's number and his name. And
Again, it's Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis. Make sure you get his number, Ramar, and you text me his number, okay?
Got him.
All right. Thank you, Elder.
I'll call you out. We got a holy day coming, but I'm gonna call you well before Monday, okay?
Anytime, I'm going to make sure you have the mobile number. I always answer my phone any time of day or night.
Okay. Well,
I do business all over the world. I answer my phone all the time.
Okay. Well, hey, let's do the Most High's business. The water, brother.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
The water. And see, as you can see, Gabar, really highlighting what you mentioned earlier, where Christ sent the disciples out without purse or script, saying a workman is worthy of his hire. That phone call is a perfect example. We didn't have to do anything but teach the word, and the Most High put what's needed on the road for us.
But the question is that, like I was telling in the lesson, if you could a time machine, go back to that era, and you was one of his disciples, and he told you you're gonna go among the wolves, you're gonna be arrested, maybe get killed and be betrayed. Well, you go.
Yeah.
If you put yourself in that situation, and I myself had to be honest with myself, I was like, you know what, I think I would do it.
Hey, listen. Let me tell you, Gabar. When we stepped out years ago and went overseas without purse or script, we came back and blessed by sowing seeds of truth all over the earth. The Most High blessed us tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold, and that's when we had nothing. Okay, and everything that we received was on the path. Everything. Check it out. I got a phone number from overseas where brother is still planted overseas, and he called me today. Deacon Nate. Right before the broadcast, I was so happy to hear him. And he was so happy to hear what? The solutions we have for what's going on in all these other countries where brothers are. That the church was able to grow to a degree that now we got plans for them and resources in other areas outside the country. and I gave them some of the solutions that I already had in hand. Say, don't worry about it. Call this number, do this, that, and the other, because with this campaign going down, jobs are being cut and all that. And as soon as I spoke with him, I said, this is what you need to do for the brothers and sisters that are around you in proximity. Here's a number. This is how they sustain, and there'll be more. Hold it down until we get there. And guess what? It's going out without purse or script, not knowing what to expect. And the Most High built the ministry by the time we came back all over the earth, and the truth is resounding with a ripple effect. Even those we have taught the word is teaching the word, and it's well beyond anything I could have imagined. But it could not have happened unless we stepped totally out in faith. And folks, Gabar, when it happened, everyone claimed that we were crazy, but they don't know what faith is. See? Crazy is when you lose faith. I mean, when you utilize faith, because people, they don't know how to operate without a security blanket, without something securing them outside of the Most High. But when you step out in faith, you know what it have you realize? You know what? I should have exercised this a long time ago. I thought servitude was freedom. I thought that was sanity. Insane is doing what? Working all your life and not having anything to leave your children. That's insane. Faith is stepping out with the Most High, and he says, listen, I don't want you to bring purse or script so I can show you what was always out there for you. Okay? And that's a whole nother conversation, but go ahead. Let's get the next call. You got something to say on that, Elder Gabar?
Yeah, and that's the reason why if you understand that context, that he was basically sending them out and give them a death sentence.
Yeah.
You're gonna probably die. You gave them all the scary stuff. So when they came back and they didn't die, now you get a better understanding when they were saying, Lord, even demons are subject to us.
Yes.
Because when you understand? Because when Christ sent them out, I mean, think about it. You put yourself in that position that before you didn't know Christ like that. There was no Matthews. There was no Luke. This man is claiming to be the Messiah. You believe him. And the first order of business he tells you after you follow him around for a little bit, now I want you to go out, take no weapons, no food, nothing. And by the way, I said you among wolves, right? And but don't worry about it. Not one hair is gonna. God knows every hair in your head. So I could imagine. I would have been drinking the night before. I'd be like, okay, listen, I love you guys. I would have been in that mindset, like, okay, this is what I need to do. Yeah. So I could appreciate now the living Scripture even more when they were coming back, because they thought they weren't coming back. What Christ was saying.
Yeah.
But to go on faith and what did Christ says, I beheld Satan.
Yeah.
Out of it, and greater works you would do. So
Hey, Gabar, one other thing I like to say, and I don't think I told you this story. I was overseas, right? And there was this guy who had a back problem, right? And he this is in the Greek islands, right? I traveled over there, and he became a good friend because he knew I can sing and all that. One day he sat and he had a back problem and said that boom, 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 and saying that, listen, I've been dealing with this problem for a long time, this, that, and the other, and I don't know what I'm going to do, right? Now, this guy was dealing with clubs and all these other things. I sat down with him, right? I'm not going to put his name out there, but I sat down with him and I looked him right in the eyes and I said, Gabar, I said, would you like me to pray with you? Right? Now here it is. He don't know me as anything but someone who's single, whatever the case is. Right. And I asked, do you want me to pray with you? He says, pray, in his accent. I'm like, yeah, pray. And I sat and held his hand, put my hand on his back. Gentile, as on the surface. And I prayed with him. And the next day he talked with me, he says, Rawchaa, I've never had anybody do that with me before. And he says, I feel better. There's less pressure. I've never had nobody pray with me before. Just little things like that leaves a lasting impression. Now check this out, Elder Gabar, overseas. Before we left and traveled back, we went to a winery because we wanted to. I paid to have everybody go and see how wine is made. Okay. We did an excursion, and I know the brothers and sisters remember that. We go to a winery, Gabar. They had some of the best lamb cleftico that you could want to taste, but that's another conversation, right? So there was a microphone over there. Now they opened the place strictly so that our bus excursion can come through to see how wine is made. I'm a big prophetic guy when Christ will crush the grapes and understand. So you go back into these village areas, it takes you back. It's nostalgic. And it takes you back to see how things was made when life was simple, real wine. So we look at the tubs and all those things. There was a stage on this side with a live mic. Gabar. We picked up the mic and started to sing. Right? His family listened from the house that was connected. Now, this winery was humongous, acres. His family is hearing this and they all come down near the stage where we're singing. Right? Then the guy who owns the winery, he comes down and he sits with me, and I'm trying to leave, and he grabbed my hand and he says, listen, that was beautiful. That was wonderful. He pulled out all these magazines, Gabar, and showed me all these magazines of how his winery is really the top over in Europe. Check out what he said to me, and I'll never forget it. Check out, and all we did was sung and sat there, ate his food, and drunk a little bit of our wine, toasting before we left. You know what he said, Gabar? He says, it was like we was hearing voices of angels. He says, where are you from? And I said, America. I grew up in America. He says, listen to me clearly. He says, I have money, too much money. I have ships. I have planes. He said, it doesn't matter. If you're ever here, you come here, you sing for my family. And that doesn't matter I will make sure you're okay. I got planes. I got ships. Money meant nothing to him. He looked me right in the eye and said, if you ever come here, you sing for my family. Sing for my family, and you can have anything. And I'm looking at this guy, and I'm like, you know what? And I'm charting that in my mind, because maybe one day the children of Israel may need that. Let me tell you, one day we're going to chronologize some of these journeys. So when the Christ send you out, you don't know who the Most High have in these remote areas, in these little cities, these little villages that's sitting there waiting there, that the Most High have them in pockets to serve the children of Israel and help us through this trouble, folks. I'm going to tell you, that traveling throughout the world was eye-opening, and it goes back to the faith where he says, I'm going to send you out without what? Purse or script, because a workman is worthy of his hire. Not too many people going to hear the word and understand it and begin to execute it against all odds, with everyone thinking everyone was thinking that we were out of our minds. But I'm going to leave it there. Let's go back to that. You know what? We're going to sit around during tabernacles, man, and have our little campfire discussions during tabernacle, Gabar. I want to hear your stories. We can do ours. We're going to do that, all right?
It's funny because I was talking to y'all last night, on the podcast, and we were all reminiscing, and he was telling me how he's 37 years old now, but he started when he was 24. I was like, I wasn't even thinking to leave my block when I was 24. And his brother was already moving. He was funny because he was telling his perspective from that side of the world, and I was telling my perspective from my side. It was a lot of reminiscence, like, oh my, so it was a good bill. Oh, praises.
Man, wait till you hear your rock story. I'm talking about, this is the story where someone, well, I'm not even going to go there. This is out of heaven somewhere. This story you rock at.
The round table.
Man, wait till you hear the story about a guy that was thrown in a cell. That's a whole other conversation. Now, how your rock got, this is going to trip you out. I know your rock sitting there smiling ear to ear listening to this. All right. So man, let me tell you, we got to start writing these things down. But anyway, all right, let me get to the next call. And I'm sure Ramar has some stories too, but let's go.
870 area code, you're live.
Yeah.
Hello.
Shalom. How are you, sir?
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Your name and location.
Troy Jackson. I'm from Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay, now your phone is not that clear. It sounds like you have air in the background. I'll try. Go ahead. I'll let you know if it's working.
Okay, is that better?
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You have something to say on the topic?
Yeah. First of all, Elder, I want to it's kind of an emergency. I was trying to get some advice about something that's going on.
Okay, well, you gotta snap right into it. What is it? Talk to me. We have a lot of calls.
Okay. Okay. So my mom has been in the hospital for the past 5 days in Houston, Texas.
Okay.
I'm from Memphis.
Okay, let me tell you what's going on. Hold up, before you go. YouTube and other channels, if I give advice on this, they're gonna strike the channel for medical advice. I cannot tell you what I can do when it comes to that personal stuff like that, because I may say something that compromises the rules here. All right. Yeah. So I'll have Ramar take down your number, and I will call you. I will call you no later than tomorrow so I can help you with the family situation. All right.
Okay.
Okay, Ramar, take down his number and name and give me that, and I'll call him tomorrow.
Got him.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you. Believe it or not, someone says, "What type of song did you sing over there?" Let me tell you, brothers and sisters don't realize how much Black Americans are admired in other countries. That's why they try to keep you pigeonholed here. You're not appreciated till you go someplace else. And when it comes to Motown and the music that was made here, it's from another world. So usually when you're singing overseas or singing with them, you go, I've been really trying, baby. Trying to hold back this feeling for so long. You do even something like that, as simple as that. They'll be like, what? This sound like the radio. You do Motown, you do a Michael Jackson, anything from the United States, and they'll come out in droves. Marvin Gaye, Sam Cooke. Our people don't know how put it this way. You can have a regular guy who's singing here in America and go overseas and have the best talent in the whole country. Okay, that's how it is over there. So you can go sing a little Motown, whatever the case is, and boom, and they appreciate it over there. But what's the next call? Next call.
515, you're live.
You know, real music, Motown music, when families were together. But go ahead.
Hi, Elder.
How are you?
Can you hear me? All right, Neil. About the topic, I never thought that like the zombie apocalypse was like real. I always looked at it like it was in the movies and things like they show on TV and everything. I never thought that I would have to prepare for something that was coming along with the vaccinations and stuff like that.
You mean the juice? Come on, the juice. We're not talking the juice. Come on.
Yeah,
help us out.
Yeah, the juice. I never thought that it would do something like that because back some years ago when the like you guys had showed earlier about the guy that they said was on bath salt and he was eating other people. That's what I had thought was. That was going to happen and that we had to prepare for, but I never thought that it would be anything that would be put into our system to change our state of mind and to be controlled by anything else. So watching this broadcast and being along or seeing what's actually going on and understanding it now for what it really is, it's a lot different. So I want to get on here and say thank you for the information that you guys are putting out there because I was one of those ones that was not, I didn't believe in all that. I used to think it was funny, and just, put it off or something like that, but it's deeper than what I actually ever put my mind to, like I never thought it was connected to the beast or anything like that. So I'm glad that you guys did release that information for us to have better understanding.
Yeah. And sister, I'm going to tell you,
that's how I wanted to say.
You know what? It really started Let me tell you, because when you look at the Voynich manuscript, that's a satanic book. It have good herbs and bad herbs and different gateway drugs that the elites would use, to break down society and lead the world into a stupor, disconnected, high on drugs. This is why when you look at TV or hear commercials, everything is pharmaceuticals today. And I really believe they were preparing us for the zombie type zone during the crack era. If there was any such thing as an introduction to what a zombie is, a walking dead, it would be what we witnessed, the impact of the crack era on our people. I believe that was a stage of it. But where it's going now, but they was slowly acclimating us into where we are now. Okay. And now, hey, I'm going to tell you right now, this fix they giving people right now is going to be way more effective than the crack era. I'll tell you that. And and guess what? I don't believe I don't believe there's a rehab for it either. But thank you, sister. Great points. Great points.
Thank you. Have a good night.
All right. Anytime you want to jump in, Elder Gabar, you can do so. Let's go to the next call.
Yes, sir.
678, you're live.
Hello.
Yes, how are you?
Hello.
Bless you.
How you doing, Elder?
I'm doing well. Yourself, your name and location?
Nigel. I'm good. My name's Nigel, and I'm calling from Atlanta.
Yes. Talk to us.
Okay. So I had a comment and a question for you off topic. My original comment is, my wife was showing me this earlier today. They have this book called the American Medical Association Encyclopedia of Medicine.
Okay.
Right? And when you go into the Encyclopedia of Medicine, it has the Rawchaa listed on it as the virus that caused the common cold.
Okay.
That's in the medical encyclopedia, and it's dated 1948.
Interesting.
So they've taken the common cold and made it this level of excitement, right?
Well, the whole thing is I can't affirm or deny what you're saying, right? Because I don't have
well,
it.
I dig it, Elder. I was just letting you know that. So
but
if you wanted to take a look at that book, it's there.
Okay. What we can do is, because I don't have the evidence in front of me, give me the name of the book again, and I'll make sure I get the book, and that's something I can show in the future. But I can't confirm or deny
it to you I'm
what you are
academy.
allegedly
This
saying.
is my first academy.
All right, just make sure get his number, Ramar, so I can call him and get the details. Because even if it does say that right now, alleged. All right, I have to say that because I can't confirm. You're just a caller, and it's out there. I wouldn't say I don't know if it's in there, but if it's in there, it would be interesting. All right. Thank you.
Right. I thought that was interesting as well. My wife showed me that today.
Yeah.
So I just thought that was something to mention since we were on this topic. Right?
Well, thank you. You said you had a comment before we go, a question before you go. Let me get the next call, but go ahead.
Yeah, I had a question. I was talking to my brother. I'm trying to get him in the academy as well.
Yeah.
I've been sharing with him some of the truth that I've learned over the last few years from you guys.
Yeah.
And he was asking if he was a part of the tribe. Now, my entire life, I thought he was Mexican. But he told me that he's from actually Panama.
Okay. The Panamanians are Zebulon.
Zebulon. Is that the same for El Salvador?
Yes. That's Zebulon. Yep.
Okay. Zebulon. Okay, so I just wanted to ask you that. And one other question, Elder.
Come on, brother. You're eating up time.
Is it unlawful to work? Well, last question. Is it unlawful to work out on the Sabbath?
Well, the Bible says you cannot do servile work on the Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So servile work is working for money. But I try to do as little as possible outside. I teach on the Sabbath, so I don't got to worry about whether or not it's being broken. I can't break it if I'm teaching.
Okay.
That's what I do. And I try to keep the things that I would normally do for the rest of the week, So if I was you and had control over when I work out, and you have the power not to do it on the Sabbath, I would suggest you do it on the other days.
Okay, Roger.
But it's not against the law to pick something, to work out. Because when someone was picking up sticks, they should have did that the day beforehand. Right? They should have did that. Not the fact that they were working out. They were picking up sticks to make a fire. When you're supposed to pick up sticks before Friday sundown and let your fire burn all the way through the Sabbath. So your food will stay hot if you need it, but you didn't have to make a new fire. But some people are over righteous where they'll sit there and look at a corner with the lights off until the Sabbath is over, and I respect that too. But all in all, you have a conscience. And if you're thinking about if you're questioning whether or not you should do it, you probably shouldn't. Okay? All right?
All right. So we'll stick with that as the rule of thumb.
There you go. All right?
All right. Thank you so much, Elder.
Man,
all right.
Thank you. I hate to let so many people go. I mean, we up with over 33,000. We was up near 4,000 already, Elder Gabar. This topic was very, very, I would say, eye-opening, and I hope brothers and sisters understand the prophetic time we're living in, where the majority of people are being turned into zombies. We're in the chemical stage of it now. So I hate to let so many people go. So I'll try to take at least 2 or 3 more calls with so many people waiting. They're still here. So
absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, I think it's all preparing us mentally for when it does come. It is not something that is such foreign, visually speaking. That's why, when you deal with the television, right? The television, the word there is vision. They're giving you visions.
An image, yeah.
Down the pipe. And usually when you, before cell phone was a thing, they were promoting that. Before beepers was a thing, they're promoting that. When you look at the pattern of evidence historically, they always first show all the technology or what's coming in the future through Hollywood.
Yeah.
Television. So
Hollywood is the Celtic wood that sorcerers used to cast spells on people.
Mm-hmm.
Hollywood was the tree they made the magic wands out of to cast spells, and the television. You put that together, man. What a deadly combination. All right, let's take a few more calls.
And Elder, I got a question. After we take some few calls, I want to get your point on it. It's connected to this, but I just want to get your views.
Okay. Jasmine wanted to come in under the 443 area code, Ramar. So after that, I'll don't forget what you want to ask Gabar after the call. All right. 443 area code. You see it, Ramar?
Shalom, Elder. Thank you for answering my call.
No problem. Talk to us.
Okay, so I'm glad somebody came in and mentioned a part, and it's something that got you guys talking about the drugs or the chemicals they're using out here. A lot of the pharmaceuticals. I won't say anything more regarding that. But I live in a city. I live in Baltimore, so we have this area, this market area called Lexington Market. Not only Lexington Market, but then you have a North Avenue Market, an Upton Market. All of these areas we call like zombie land because literally I'm talking about from 7 a.m. till probably about 8 p.m., sometimes 10 o'clock p.m. There's over hundreds. I'm talking about 200 practically zombies, drugged out people. They're unconscious most of the time, but somehow they're still managing to walk. They bump into you. Like, honestly, I hate walking in these areas or walking near the market, but I live kind of near the area, so I don't have any choice. But I noticed that it's just something about the markets. I don't know if, they're pushing these, the drugs in that area specifically, harder than anywhere else with a purpose. But I'm talking about straight zombie land. Sometimes I often see them writing nothing on the ground, rocking back and forth. It's like they're trying to tell somebody something. Sometimes I find myself just standing there watching and trying to listen to what they're saying, because I truly believe that when they a lot of times when people, the drug addicts, they have those moments when they lash out, get to screaming, et cetera, they're trying to tell us something. But most people are just too naive to see that and really believe and take the time to really just sit there. And I try to do that without getting too close, because like I said, honestly, I'm talking about over 300 people daily, and they're on the bus stop. Like, you would think they're catching a bus, but they're there all day long. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like a thing that's going on in all urban cities, but I can tell you here in Baltimore, it's crazy. I call it zombie land.
Sister, just to really back up a little what you're saying, they've been strategically setting this up for a long time, right? And I think this flew under the radar during the time of the controlled riots that the quote unquote Democrats set up during the George Floyd thing. I don't know if you remember, but in strategic areas in center cities all over the United States, they had tent cities with homeless people in it. Remember that?
That's true.
It was like a scene from The Walking Dead. Remember that? For
sure.
Yeah.
And it's
So
like that here.
now just imagine them juiced up, and you get them juiced up all over the United States in key cities where the government cannot run because something is going down due to anarchy and people walking around causing chaos. That was controlled chaos during the elections. But I believe that they were highlighting the same, because these people are going to go back to the same areas when things break down. And by doing so, governments are not going to be able to run normally, and they'll have to do it from the outside of their their center city buildings. So I think they're setting this thing up in strategic areas where these people, when stuff break down, they're going to go right to those same areas, center city and all that. And therefore, the government is not going to be able to operate normally. So,
yeah, I can believe that, because they're redoing the Lexington Market area right now, in the process of gentrification.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think it's going to take a whole lot for them to push those people away, because you're talking about some of these people been there since they've been on that same drug, whether it's crack, dope, or whatever, been in that same area for 20-some years. My grandfather, he was, on crack years ago.
Yeah,
Thank God,
sorry to hear
he's
that.
been clean for probably about 15, 20 years now. But when he go in those areas, it's like he know quite a bit of people, because those same people are in that area stuck and strung out on those drugs.
Well,
it's just crazy.
Well, let me say this real quick, and I thank you, sister. You brought that in. I'm gonna place you on hold. I have bring Gabar in. I like to say this. I believe they got the final solution. Okay, for all of this that's going down. After they use these people to totally dismantle civilization, this final solution is going to take care of all of that, right? So I can leave it there. But there was a plan. Usually when you want to go and buy up some property cheap, you can just move some people in during the zombified people to lower the property value. But once you get the property, Gabar, once you own the property, now you got the final solution to clean sweep the issue out of the way. But go ahead.
Absolutely. Because usually what they do, and they're doing this in the Bronx a lot, especially in the neighborhood of the church, they're gentrifying it. You can see new buildings coming up that clearly our people are not going to be living in it.
Yep.
They do is in the hub, which is the shopping center, every morning a bus drops off the homeless population in that area.
Yeah.
And what was happening?
It's engineered. It's engineered.
Yeah. So you think these homeless people live in the neighborhood. A lot of these homeless people are coming from shelters outside the neighborhood, like in Staten Island or in Brooklyn, different areas, and they drop them off there. Because I used to work in a shelter. I used to be a night supervisor, and part of the thing is that if you're in a shelter, you cannot stay in the shelter. and doing it certain hours, you have to go out to, look for work or what have you. So what they do, they just bus you to the city or certain areas, and they just leave you there, and then they'll pick you up later on that evening. So you make it seem like, well, there's homeless people coming from, but it's engineered. Absolutely.
Well, suppose some of these people are running around or have some tinge of the plague. So what are you moving around? They're in a bust area where they probably spreading something to each other. Now you're going to drop them off in the normal population. We need to keep our eyes on these things. But seems like these things are orchestrated for disaster, it seems. All right, I don't know, allege, we'll see. All right, let's get the next call.
646, you're live.
Shalom, elders.
Shalom, your name and location.
This is brother Quam. This is brother Quam from the Jersey body.
Okay, how you doing, Quam? The floor is yours.
I'm all right. I just had just two comments. It's crazy because there's this game called Call of Duty. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with it, but
I'm familiar.
There's a new version out, right? And there's I'm gonna just make it short. There's a lady that's typing on the computer, and then all these soldiers is trying to stop her. These American soldiers is trying to stop her, and she's typing into the computer and she's uploading something. And then towards the end, all the soldiers, they begin to fight against each other. The U.S. soldiers begin to fight against each other, and they try to take out the general that's leading them while the lady escapes.
Okay.
Towards the end of the scene, it shows the Wi-Fi, the 5G towers, and whatever she put into the computers went into the soldiers' brains. And those soldiers that were tapped into whatever was on the 5G, as soon as that happened, they began to fight against each other. And it's just crazy that they putting this stuff into the video games, and it's like they're not hiding it, And like the news that's going on right now, it's like a lot of the stuff that you see on the news is just amazing because you think to yourself, like, how could all of this crime be happening every single day? So much shootings in New York, so much shootings in Philly, so much shootings in Bronx and Queens. It's like, and then it's crazy things going on, man. People jumping out of buildings, people eating other people. It's crazy, and like it just feeds right into exactly what you're saying about the zombie apocalypse, because the network is being set up, and that network, if you're not tapped into the network, like I call it the dog whistle network, because if you tapped in, you can hear it. You know how a dog whistle is? Only the dogs can hear it. So if you tapped into that network and they turn that thing on, and you wonder why all of a sudden you wake up and all your friends is like, the police is chasing you down and all this kind of stuff. It's just crazy that they showing this stuff on video games and they're not really hiding it at all. And all the crime that's going on it's ridiculous, man. I have this app called Newsbreak. Every 5 minutes, I tell you, every 5 minutes, it's something violent going on. And I'm like, there's no way that all of this could be happening without somebody being behind this type of violence and activity, because it was never going on like this before the juice was out.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, man, on what you're saying is deep, because it's like their lesser magic. They must tell people they're gonna do it before they do it. So, and the mind is such a great tool that whatever you witness, whether or not you hear, see it, even if it's an artificial or a fake story, the mind actually records these things as actual events. So by you people playing these games and all that, it's predictive programming to have you accept. It's acclimating us into something we would normally reject. And see, hey, I'm thankful and grateful that the Most High gave us this truth. Can you imagine not knowing the truth in a time such as this? Man, I think I'd rather see than not see right now. I'll tell you that, boy. I'll tell you that. But yeah, it's predictive programming, and it's called lesser magic, where they have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it to you. And I think another thing, brother, you can have the last word before I bring in Elder Gabar. one thing that I wanted to highlight with all this that's going on, real quick. Man, I'll tell you this. We're going to have to start praying for those who are resisting the obvious. Because I have never seen an orchestrated campaign like this in the existence of my life, where one component is in every part of everything in life. If people can't see this as a sign that something isn't, usually there's a story that has nothing to do with whether or not someone has a disease. But we can't look at sports. Right. We can't look at sports, regular news, international affairs, family news, even reality shows. You can't even listen to church music. You can't open the radio or listen to the radio in any station without hearing this. This is one voice. When the Bible says that during the time of Babel, that the people were in one mind and spoke one language. I'm going to tell you right now, if people, even those who can't see, should see something, where this one component is in every part of our life, it's a sign. Let me tell you, folks, this is their play. This is the biggest play the Satanists have ever rolled out since the beginning of time, because they didn't have the technology that we're witnessing right now. This is the biggest play since the Tower of Babel. And I got to pray for those brothers and sisters that are out there because they may look at it and repeat what they're hearing. But when you sit back at it, there used to be some respite from bad news. There used to be some place to escape from bad news. It's even in the good news. There's a good story out there, a feel-good story, a fluff story, and they'll have that a part of the narrative too. Folks, if people can't see that something is weird going on, where this one thing has to be a part of everything, they don't realize what time we're in. But go ahead, brother. I'm going to give you the last word.
John, just to land back on what Elder Gabar was saying about the television, like the scriptures tell you, man, if your eye is evil, then the whole body is darkness. And it's the same thing. They fill in the eyes with darkness. Everything is darkness, man. It's like the kids that they grooming nowadays, they don't even understand the level of darkness that they're dealing with, because like you said, it's becoming normal to see this stuff every 5 minutes. Even like you said, the good news is filled with some sort of bad news. It's just like a level of darkness that I've never seen. And when we was growing up, it wasn't like that. People would go outside, they would actually socialize and have a good time. But the television and the internet is just leading everybody down this dark path, and they can't see that they lead in the narrative. And it's in everything, like you said, man. They got rap songs about it. It's just crazy how much rappers are coming out trying to get us to take it. It's just ridiculous, man. And nobody can see clearly. And like you said, it's a blessing to be able to see through this, because with the Most High light in our path, we know exactly where to go. We know exactly what to do. We know who to look to. It's a blessing to have elders and deacons and the officers to be able to discern these things for us. Even when false flags come out, some people get scared, and they, I know that y'all get a lot of calls for false flags and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's a blessing that we have leadership that is able to discern that, so that we don't lose members just going off the panic that's happening. You know, so praise the Most High for you guys, man. You know, it's always a blessing to hear y'all left. Praise the Most High.
I gotta say this, man. To me, it's not even about. It's about those who will stay in Christ's hands. I'm just here to do the work. I'm just happy that a network have been developed, a brotherhood, and sisters with that brotherhood. That, don't forget, we were all individuals operating as individuals in this earth. And Christ gathered the elect to the elect. And ye that endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. And I'm just glad the Most High made a family through his word so that we can have backup in a time where most people are divided. Okay, I thank the Most High for you, brother, all the elders, and for the families, the wives, the children, those that are struggling through here. Because why? Man, this is no time to be a loner. Okay, so, and I thank the Most High for a body he's developing. This is why it's called the Gathering of Christ Church. The Most High gathered the elect to the elect, and hopefully through this, we develop throughout this body a friendship that will carry us through Babylon and beyond. That's what I pray, because we're going to be all we have when these computers and all this stuff cuts out. Now people are popping up and meeting other people, and it's deep because a brother here said, a brother popped up from nowhere and said that he had Jasher, Enoch, and all these other books, and the brother didn't want to impose and say, well, where did you learn all this stuff? And out of nowhere, the next day the brother told him, oh yeah, I'm with the Gathering of Christ Church, nothing else. So you got people just randomly meeting each other with the same knowledge and same understanding, just organically without knowing. This is how resonating this truth has become. And brother, you think this is something. I can't wait to the next phase of this, brother, when we're forced to utilize that power in us. And it will be the only power, which is faith, to survive. I know it's going to be tough, but this is when we're going to realize what the children of Israel are made of. Okay, and hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
No problem. Appreciate it.
Shalom. All right. Shalom. Elder Gabar, you got the floor, and then we'll take one more call.
Well, the question I had for you, Elder, I was just curious. I want to kind of get your point. We all see that they're doing a revamping on all these corporations dealing with this jab situation or using the jab.
You mean with the juice? It's juice. You go call it juice. Yeah.
So this, so a lot of corporations are now not dealing with brick and mortar. They're doing more with people working from home, and they realize it's more affordable, more even effective this way, right?
Yeah.
So we talk about that this is a reshifting of commerce and business and so forth, so on. So the question I ask for you, do you believe that they're reshifting old Hollywood? And how, from your prediction, your observation, how does the new Hollywood looks like? And I leave with a two-part question. Is social media the new Hollywood? I'm curious.
Well, Hollywood is really dismantled, right? Because it's well beyond the regular studios now that the whole earth really has become one market. At one time you had Chinese cinema, East Indian cinema, and they all had their little divisions over their particular countries. But hey, don't look now. But when you look on TV, what do you see? East Indians, Chinese. You understand? And they have.
That's taking over Hollywood. Yeah.
So the whole thing is Hollywood was really the spearhead for all of the nations being like they were at the Tower of Babel. But now it's global now. Hollywood is not just, movies are being pumped from every place now. And I believe they segued on the sly, using Tyler Perry's studio and got us on board believing that it was a black enterprise. I believe that he's just a front person. That's what I believe. Because there's no way Hollywood is going to let a black guy come in and circumvent Hollywood. And nah, I believe that this is how they get us on board with their next line of deception, using film that's aimed towards controlling us. Oprah lost her power over us. No more are we following a matriarchy or that nonsense that was coming from her. So now they're going to try Tyler Perry. But that's what I think. So I think Hollywood is just a splinter of all these studios controlled by Satan. With the studio, in the same way with Obama, they can get us on board if they can use our image, our face. Oh man, a black man, we need to support a black man studio. Hades to the no. Because there's no way, after seeing what happened with Black Wall Street, are they going to let a black Hollywood come in and circumvent and get all this glory and all this fanfare? If it was the opposition to the synagogues of Satan Hollywood, it's a splinter from it. So I believe they're going to use that because they knew at the very end they would have to convince us after we've recognized them. So you notice some of Tyler Perry's first movies was making some cult group with purple that would look like an Israelite group.
Right.
That was one of his first productions. See? So, yeah, but that's a whole nother conversation. But if you're going to create a zombie apocalypse type deal on our people, you would need a trusting Hollywood to produce new content with us spearheading it.
Right.
So we know that Hollywood is a lie now, and now they're going to use the East Indian studios, the Chinese studios. Hollywood is now splintering.
Yeah.
All right. So it's all of them. All right.
Absolutely, Elder. Yeah.
All right.
Let's take the next caller.
All right. Next call.
You're live.
Hello.
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
How you doing, Elder?
Bless
I'm
you.
doing fine.
This is actually the last call for tonight. I'm a little exhausted, to tell you the truth.
Okay. I just wanted to just say a few things. I'm trying to prepare myself. You know, I used to always, every time I did my blood pressure check, it would always be like 206 over 100 and something, you know, and I'm only 40 years old. So I prayed to the Most High, and I was just there telling to the Most High, you know, that I really want to live, you know, and I do want to make it to the wilderness. And the Most High, he really delivered me to the point to where I stopped drinking sodas. And then, like, I stopped eating meat. And I'm not saying that meat is bad, but it was bad for me, okay?
Oh, okay, good.
And so I just wanted to just, you know, eat the medicine foods that was in the Bible, like the vegetables, the fruits, the beans, you know, the nuts and seeds.
Okay.
And my blood pressure went from 206 to 167 within 4 weeks.
Great.
So now
Fantastic.
it's like 167.
Great.
You know, and I've lost 10 pounds within 4 weeks because I have to get myself prepared for what's coming ahead. And I don't want to be sick, and I don't want to have any core morbidities. I'm trying to get my immune system up. So I just want to tell my people, you know, that we really have to change how we eat, because a lot of this stuff that we're addicted to, when we get in the wilderness, the Most High is going to strip that from us. There's not going to be no sodas, no burgers, you know. So it's really good to, like, start preparing yourself now, because all that fast food that we're addicted to, we will not be getting that in the wilderness, you know.
That's true.
And that's going to be hard for some people. So I'm, like, just preparing myself early, you know.
Okay.
And then another thing, this could be my opinion, but this is just how I feel, like my sister. I feel like when we put those wigs and stuff on our heads.
Hey, sister, you got a lot of
eyelashes-
you got a lot of background noise going on. Are you moving around?
Oh, okay. I'm asking y'all, sorry, but I just felt like when I used to wear wigs and eyelashes, it just makes me feel like I'm in bondage. And I just feel like the Most High don't want that. for our sisters to have to put on all this makeup, all these eyelashes, all these wigs, and we're making the other nations rich. They're really profiting off of us, and I feel like I've been set free from that too. So
Good.
I don't wear the eyelashes anymore. I wear my natural hair.
Good.
I put on very, very light makeup, and I just feel delivered.
Okay,
It's like
that's good.
he's helping me to eat right, to let me know that I don't have to have all that stuff, and I'm just really thankful. I want to make it to the wilderness. I want my family to make it.
Well, praise
Amen.
praise
Thank
the
you
Most
for
High, sister.
everything, Elder.
Hey, you sound like you're
Yeah.
sounds like you're going through a complete Babylonian detox, inside and
Yes,
outside.
yes. He's
Praise the
detoxing
Most
me,
High.
and he's doing
Hey,
it so fast, and I'm just so grateful.
hey, listen, I think I got another T-shirt. I think a Babylonian
Okay.
detox. All right, thank you, sister.
Yes,
Bless
you
you.
really need that detox. Shalom.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I really appreciate it.
The Babylonian detox. I gotta put up
Yeah.
the visual on that one.
Yeah, I need a Babylonian detox. People are like, what the Hades is that? Well, listen to the sister's phone call. She did it.
Right.
She let go of this, let go of that. You know what I mean? The blood pressure went down. She dropped 10 pounds in no time. Took off the outward aesthetics. And you know what she sounds? You know what she sound? She sounds at peace. I mean, when you finally let go and stop dealing with the expectations of everybody else and just serve the Most High and say, you know what? I'm good enough. I can't run this rat race anymore and have a blood pressure up here, 200 or whatever the case is, and try to keep up with the Joneses or whatever the case is. Listen.
Well, in this case, keep up with the Babylonians, right?
The Babylonians, exactly. So she's like, listen, it's just too much to keep up. My pressure been up. I'm going back to the simple life. It seems like, she understands what it is to be shamefacedness and be satisfied, you understand, and be content with who she is. And I think that's a coming to Christ moment that usually hits all of us, so I thank the Most High for it. And sometimes when sisters, say certain things, and I'll let them speak, you understand, because I don't want people to think that because she mentioned that it's being judgmental or looking down on other people who may not have gone through that journey yet. But, but she can encourage others to know it's okay. It's not to say that you're bad because you haven't done this or whatever. No, it's to let you know, listen, if you decide to go through a Babylonian detox and not try to satisfy the cares of this world, it's okay. There's other people that are choosing it too. You understand? And are coming out with good outcomes. All right. So with that, I thank you, Elder. I got to call Elder Lawya up and see what's going on there. Okay, because there was storms going on with water coming down, and Elder Lawya had to go ahead. It was like the days of Noah in this area. So
it's a little leaking even in our house over here, so I had to take care of it. But yep, it was coming on hard earlier today.
Okay, so there's some shingles need to be changed.
It's like little. Yeah, it's not. It's a little by the kitchen. So it's,
okay, I guess we can get somebody to look at that. All right. With that, I'm going to say shalom. Stand clear from zombies. Stay prayed up. Sin not. I'll see you in the academy.
Goodbye.
Make sure you join Patreon. And may the Most High be with you. Sin not. Thank you, Elder Gabar. That concludes our broadcast for today. And we will soon see Zion.
Shalom.
Shalom, Elder Ramar. I bless you. And we're going to end this with Save Me. Save me. I'm at a fork in the road, asking the Most High to do what? Save us. Where am I? I have it somewhere. There.
I was on my way, felt the presence of your son every day. Every day, I let go of your hand, and now I feel a change. Close the door, fall to my knees, and I began to pray. Oh, help me, the cares of the world slowly pulling me away. Now I hear a voice calling me to the light, to the light. Still in the heart, so I'll discern wrong from right, wrong from right. I'm at a fork in the road, which way should I go? Which way to go? My Father sent the Spirit, help me find, come save me. The Bible fell on the floor and opened to the law, and I can't believe what I saw. I saw me sinning willfully. I won't break your law no more. Send your son, please open the door. Open back to me. Oh Father, please forgive me. I hear a voice calling me to the light, to the light. Still in a heart, so I know wrong from right, wrong from right. I'm at a fork in the road. Which way should I go? Which way to go? My Father send the Spirit, help me find, come save me. Oh, higher, shine down on me. I'm one of your sons of Jacob. Lord, I believe. Oh, guide me. Please save me to the light. Send your son so I will know wrong from right. No matter fork in the road, which way do I go? Which way to go? My Father, send your Spirit, help me find. Say a voice calling me to the light, to the light. Still in a heart, so I'll know wrong from right, wrong from right. No matter fork in the road, which way should I go? Which way to go? High, you send your son, make me right, help me find, come save me. Please save me, save me. Come save me. Oh, oh, come save me.
Shalom. See you later. Bless you. See y'all tomorrow. Well, Friday.